Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Elsa. The lash marks on my back are already knitting themselves shut. I can feel it, the familiar, unnatural pull of skin mending too fast. It's not a comforting warmth, but a low, irritating itch, a secret my body keeps against my will. I lie still on the cold flagstones of my cell, cheek pressed to the grime, and focus on the slow, rhythmic drip of water somewhere in the darkness. It is the only clock I have in this lightless pit the dark elves call the Undercroft. My fingers curl into a fist, grit digging under my nails. The guard, Kalen, had been particularly vicious today. He'd found a chip in the water basin I was scrubbing. An imperfection. In the stronghold of the Ethel, imperfections were offences punishable by the whip. My entire existence is an imperfection. A dull throb starts behind my eyes. The pain is a constant companion, but this swift mending is a dangerous anomaly. It's the reason I've survived punishments that have killed other slaves. It's also the reason the Ethel look at me with a mixture of utility and revulsion, like a tool that sharpens itself. They do not understand it, and what they do not understand, they eventually seek to break. A sudden commotion from the corridors above shatters the monotonous drip, drip, drip of my world. Shouts echo down the stone throat of the dungeon, sharp and guttural in the elven tongue. Not the usual barks of command, but something else. Something laced with a frantic, serrated edge I've never heard before. Ice trickles down my spine. The Ethel do not feel fear. The heavy groaning scrape of the dungeon's main gate being forced open follows, a sound reserved for the arrival of something truly significant. My breath catches in my throat. I push myself up, ignoring the fire across my back, and creep to the bars of my cell. The passage is cast in the wavering orange glow of torches. A squad of elite Ethel guards, clad in black, chitinous armour, marches past, their faces grim. They are dragging something between them, a massive form suspended by thick iron chains that groan under an immense weight. My mind struggles to process what I am seeing. It is a male, but like none I have ever seen. Taller than any elf, with a lean, sculpted build that speaks of lethal grace even in his current state. His skin is the colour of bleached bone, and his hair, long and matted with black blood, is the silver of a cold winter moon. But it is the wings that steal the air from my lungs. Two vast leathery appendages, like a bat's but impossibly larger, are bound tightly to his back. One is clearly broken, bent at an unnatural angle, the membrane torn and weeping a dark fluid. A Vraken. The name is a whisper in the back of my mind, a creature from the cautionary tales slaves tell each other in the dark. Winged warriors from the frozen peaks, masters of silent death, who feel nothing. No pain, no joy, no remorse. An entire race of beautiful, empty things built for killing. He is grievously wounded. A deep gash runs from his temple down his chest, and his flawless pale skin is marred with 100 other cuts. Strange, glowing runes pulse faintly on the iron cuffs clamped around his wrists and ankles, and I realise they are magical dampeners. They must be. The stories say a single Vrakan can slaughter a dozen dark elves before they can even draw a blade. It must have taken an army to bring this one down. He is unconscious, his head lolling to the side, but the sheer power radiating from his still form presses in on me. A low, oppressive hum that makes the hair on my arms stand on end. The guards haul him past my cell, and for a heartbeat his face is illuminated. Gods, he's beautiful. Not in the sharp, cruel way of the elves, but in a way that is utterly alien and perfect, like a statue carved from ice and starlight, a fallen god dragged from his pantheon and chained in filth. The procession stops a few cells down, at the reinforced chamber used for interrogations. The sounds that come from that room usually end in screams. I hear the clang of the door, the heavy thud of his body hitting the floor, and then the receding footsteps of the guards. Silence returns, but it is a new kind of silence, heavier, colder, charged with the presence of the monster in the dark. Hours pass. Or maybe it is only minutes. The dripping water is my only guide. Then new footsteps. Slower, deliberate. They stop outside my cell. I look up into the impassive, obsidian eyes of Commander Vorlag. He is the master of this stronghold, an elf so ancient his face is a twisted mask of elegant cruelty. He has never come to the slave cells before. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. His gaze sweeps over me, analytical and cold. It lingers for a moment on my back, where the blood has already dried and the wounds have sealed to thin red lines. A flicker of something, interest, crosses his features. Remarkable, he murmurs, his voice smooth as polished obsidian. Kalen reported a standard disciplinary action, 30 lashes. Yet, you bear the marks of a minor scrape. I say nothing. I have learned that silence is the only armour a slave possesses. Vorlag taps a long, slender finger against the bars, the sound a sharp click in the gloom. We have acquired a valuable asset, a Vrakan enforcer. Unfortunately, he is dying. Our healer's magic is ineffective. His biology rejects it. It seems we captured a creature too powerful to kill and too fragile to keep. He lets the words hang in the air, watching me, his head tilted. I feel like a bug under a lens. But you, he continues, his voice dropping lower. You endure. You heal. There is a vitality in your blood, slave, a resilience that is unnatural. He smiles, a thin, bloodless stretching of his lips that shows no warmth. We cannot have our prize expiring before we have had a chance to study him, so you will serve a new purpose. My heart drums against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. You will be his living poultice, Vorlag says, the words dripping with a chilling, scientific detachment. Your vitality will keep him stable. We will chain you in his cell. If he feeds, he may live. If he kills you... He shrugs, a gesture of absolute indifference. You are replaceable. He is not. The air leaves my body in a sharp hiss. He is sending me to my death. He is chaining me to a monster and offering me as a meal. 2 guards appear at Vorlag's signal. They unlock my cell door, their movements efficient and rough. They haul me to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest. My fingers instinctively search for the hilt of a dagger that isn't there. A phantom gesture of defiance that is all I have left. They drag me down the corridor, my bare feet scraping against the stone. The air grows colder as we approach the reinforced cell. They wrench the door open, and the hum of his power washes over me, a wave of cold that has nothing to do with the temperature. They shove me inside. The cell is larger than mine, and he is in the centre of it, a fallen constellation in the dark. The guards chain my wrist to a thick iron ring set into the far wall. The chain is long enough to allow me to stand or sit, but not to reach the door. not to reach him unless he comes to me. The heavy door clangs shut, the sound echoing like a death knell. The bolt scrapes home, sealing me in the suffocating darkness with the creature. For a long moment, there is only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the slow, shallow rasp of his. My eyes adjust to the near-total blackness, and his form slowly takes shape, a sprawl of pale limbs, silver hair, and the dark, broken lines of his wings. He is perfectly, utterly still, a predator in repose. I press myself back against the wall, the cold stone biting into my skin. The chain clinks softly. The sound, small as it is, seems to break a spell. Across the cell, the Fracken's head moves. It is a slow, deliberate motion, the turn of a hunter who has scented prey. My blood freezes, a frigid tide that steals all warmth. My vision tunnels until his face is the only thing I can see. And his eyes snap open. They are not black like the Ethel's. They are a true starless abyss. A void that consumes the faint light, that promises nothing but cold, empty eternity. And they are fixed on me. Not with confusion, not with pain, but with a chilling, absolute and predatory focus.
Chapter 2. Owen. Pain is a simple fact. It informs me that the integrity of this physical form is compromised. Multiple lacerations, a compound fracture in the ulna of the left wing. Internal hemorrhaging is probable. The Dark Elves were thorough. My awareness floats in a cold, gray sea of sensation, or rather, the lack of it. Millennia of discipline have allowed me to erect mental walls around the pain, to observe it with clinical detachment. The dampening runes on the iron cuffs are the primary issue. They leech my power, leaving me in this weakened, deteriorating state. They hum with a discordant energy, an ugly stain on the silence of my mind. Death is a logical outcome. My mission to infiltrate this stronghold and retrieve the Shadow Prism has failed. That is the only true failure. My own existence is a secondary concern. I have existed for eons. To cease is not a tragedy, it is simply an end. A new element disrupts my assessment. The heavy scrape of the cell door. The thud of a small body. A new scent floods the chamber, layering over the odors of stone, damp, and my own cooling blood. It is human. Female. The scent is composed of fear, a sharp, acrid tang, and old grime. But beneath it, there is something else. A faint, clean hum, like the resonance of a plucked string at the edge of hearing. My eyes remain closed. I take stock of her presence without movement. Her breathing is shallow, ragged. The rhythm of her heart is elevated. She is small, her weight barely registering on the stone floor. Insignificant. Another short-lived, fragile creature the elves use and discard. They have likely thrown her in here to die with me. A final, petty cruelty. I perceive her with my other senses, a slight form, malnourished, a body full of old injuries etched into her skin, scars that speak of a life of sustained brutality. There is a faint, almost imperceptible glow to her, a pale golden light visible only to Avrakan's eyes, clinging to her skin like dust motes in a sunbeam. This must be the source of the hum, some low-level latent magical ability. Purna, perhaps. It is rare in humans, a curiosity, but one that will expire with her. More time passes. The gray sea of my awareness begins to darken at the edges. My body is failing. The door scrapes open again. The scent of an Ethel guard, sharp and metallic, cuts through the gloom. He carries a torch, and the sudden light is a blow against my eyelids. I do not flinch. Stillness is my armor. The guard hauls the female to her feet. She makes a small sound, a pained gasp. He is a large example of his kind, his movements efficient and brutal. He produces a knife. He does not approach me. Instead, he slices a shallow cut along the female's forearm. Her blood wells up, a dark ruby line against her pale skin. It smells Different. The faint hum intensifies, a resonant chord that vibrates in the marrow of my bones. The guard drags her towards me, forcing her bleeding arm downwards. I understand his purpose. A crude experiment. He intends to see if her life force can stabilize my own. It is a futile gesture. I have fed from 1,000 vessels. None have ever mattered. He presses her arm against my lips. The coppery scent of human blood is familiar, uninteresting. I have no need to resist. My body has already begun the final process of shutting down. A single drop touches my tongue. Cataclysm. The universe collapses into a single point of blinding white-hot fire. It is not healing. It is an annihilation of everything I am. The cold, silent void of my apathy, the core of my being, the discipline of 10,000 years, is shattered, flooded with a roaring, violent torrent of pure sensation. Heat. Power. A feeling so intense, so overwhelming it borders on agony. My form convulses, a primal, involuntary reaction to a sensation it cannot comprehend. The gray sea of my awareness is burned away by a sun going nova inside my skull. The pain from my wounds vanishes, not healed but consumed by this new, terrifying fire. It is life, raw and undiluted, a poison to the perfect, empty stillness I have cultivated for centuries. More. The thought is not my own. It is a guttural, instinctual command from a piece of me I did not know existed. It is the roar of an addict's craving, instantaneous and absolute. The surge of raw power that floods my veins is unlike anything I have ever known. It is not the clean, cold energy of the Vraken. It is wild, chaotic, pure Purna magic. It crashes against the dampening rune on my right wrist. The iron screams, glowing cherry red. With a sound like a thunderclap, the cuff shatters, spraying molten shards across the stone floor. The guard releases the female, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. He scrambles backward, his elven composure completely gone. He understands on a primal level that he has just uncaged something far worse than the dying creature he was tormenting. He flees, slamming the heavy door shut and ramming the bolt home, his panicked footsteps echoing down the corridor. He has locked the source in here with me. The silence that descends is absolute. The fire in my veins does not recede. It burns hotter, demanding fuel. My senses, amplified 1,000-fold, are focused entirely on the female. She is pressed against the far wall, her thin body trembling, her wide, terrified eyes fixed on me. The scent of her blood is no longer just a scent. It is a siren's call, a promise of another taste of that agonizing, beautiful fire. I'm on my feet. I have no memory of the act of rising. The movement was fluid, silent, devoid of the weakness that had chained me to the floor moments before. The void inside me is gone, replaced instead by a roaring, cavernous hunger. My wounds are closing, my bones are mending, all powered by that single stolen drop. I look at her, the insignificant human female, the tool the elves had discarded. She's no longer insignificant, no longer a tool. She is the source, and I will have more.
Chapter 3. Elza. He rises from the floor not like a man, but like smoke. One moment he is a broken shape in the darkness. The next he is a standing silhouette, blocking the faint light from the corridor grate. The change is terrifying. The dying captive is gone, instead replaced by a creature of lethal, impossible grace. His movements are silent, fluid, each shift of his weight a study in predatory economy. My back hits the cold, unyielding stone of the cell wall. My wrist strains against the iron cuff, the chain pulling taut, a cruel mockery of the distance between us. There is nowhere to run. The cell, which had been my world, is now a cage with a monster, and I am the bait. He starts to walk toward me. It is not a charge, not a rush, It is a slow, deliberate stalk, the advance of a predator that knows its prey is cornered. His abyss-black eyes, now glowing with a faint inner light, are locked on me, and in them I see nothing of the cold, detached creature from before. The void has been filled with a raging, chaotic inferno. My breath seizes in my throat, a trapped, useless thing. Every instinct screams at me to flee, to fight, to do something. But my limbs are frozen, locked by a terror so profound that it feels like paralysis. He stops just out of my chain's reach. For a long, silent moment, he just watches me, his head tilted. He is a god of death and shadow, his pale skin seeming to absorb the darkness, his silver hair a spill of moonlight. The wounds on his body are visibly closing, the skin knitting itself together with the same unnatural speed as my own, fueled by my blood. He moves. It is too fast to follow. A blur of motion, and he is there, kneeling before me, his presence a suffocating wave of power and heat. He takes my arm, the one the guard sliced open. His touch is not rough, but it is absolute, his long, pale fingers wrapping around my wrist with a strength that could crush bone. He lifts my arm to his mouth, and his gaze never leaves mine as he licks the sluggishly bleeding cut. No, I croak, but he doesn't care. Pain, sharp and clean, is the first thing I feel, but it is instantly consumed by the second. A tidal wave of raw, psychic energy slams into me. It is not a thought. It is not an image. It is the undiluted, terrifying essence of his craving. A hunger so vast, so deep, it feels like a star collapsing. I am drowning in his need, a bottomless, desperate agony for more. My mind reels, my own thoughts scattered and lost in the roaring inferno of his. I gasp, a strangled, broken sound, my head thrown back against the stone. He lets me go, and the psychic onslaught recedes to a deafening hum. He is stronger, his body straighter, the last of his injuries fading to nothing. His eyes are less focused now, wilder. The inferno is burning away his control. He moves again, and this time his hand tangles in my hair, tilting my head to the side, exposing the column of my throat. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, a wild, panicked rhythm that fills the cell. I see the flash of his fangs, longer and sharper than before, as his mouth descends. "Saint!" I gasp, unable to complete my words. The bite is a searing agony, a twin sting of fire that steals my breath. But again, it is the mental violation that shatters me. The psychic echo is 1,000 times stronger this time, a chaotic storm of sensation, of power, of a desperate, clawing need that shreds the last of his composure. I feel the ghost of his millennia of control fighting and losing, drowning in the flood of my blood's magic. I am not just a body to him. I am a wellspring, and he is a man dying of thirst. He drinks, and a low, guttural growl rumbles in his chest, a sound that is not human, not elven, not anything I have ever heard. It is the furious sound of a beast surrendering to its most primal nature. He pulls away, his lips stained red, his eyes glazed with a feral light. The cold calculation is gone. The monster from the stories is here, and his control shatters. He pushes me back against the wall, his body covering mine. There is no lust in the act, no heat of desire. It is something far more terrifying. It is a desperate, violent attempt to consume, to conquer, to own the very source of the power that is both remaking him and driving him mad. His hands are on my clothes, tearing the thin, ragged fabric away. His mouth is on my skin, not kissing, but tasting, branding. The psychic connection between us is no longer an echo. It is a gaping, bleeding wound, a forced connection that pours the raw, unfiltered chaos of his soul directly into mine. I feel his maddening hunger, his shame at his weakness, his desperate need to simply end the craving by absorbing its source. It is a physical and psychic violation, an act of absolute possession that brands itself onto my very soul, forging a permanent, terrible link between us. I scream, but the sound is lost in the roaring chaos of his mind in mine. My world dissolves into a maelstrom of pain, terror, and a horrifying, unwanted pleasure with the creature who is breaking me apart. As suddenly as it began, it is over. A final, shuddering groan escapes him, and the immense power that has been flooding my system, overwhelming my senses, peaks in a blinding flash. He collapses, his full weight pressing me into the stone for a moment before he slumps to the side, unconscious. The sudden silence is unnerving. The psychic roaring vanishes, leaving behind a faint, humming echo, like the after ring of a great bell. All that is left is the cold, the pain, and the still, warm body of the Vraken beside me. I lie there, broken and chained in the suffocating darkness. Tears I did not know I had left to cry trace hot paths through the grime on my face. The monster sleeps, but I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone that he has left a part of himself inside me, a psychic scar that will never heal. But as the hours pass, as my body screams and my mind splinters, I feel something else. Deep in my own veins, beneath the pain and the terror, a strange residual power begins to stir. It is a soft, warm thrumming, a gentle golden light that was not there before. A power he inadvertently awakened, a power that is now mine.
Chapter 4. Owen. Awareness returns with the clean, silent finality of a blade being drawn. I take stock of my physical self, a full assessment in the space of a single, silent breath. The body is fully functional. All structural damage has been repaired. Musculature is at its peak. The lingering effects of the ethel's neurotoxin have been purged. The Perna infusion has been assimilated, leaving behind a core energy that is elevated, stronger than before. I'm lying on cold stone. The air is heavy with the scent of human blood and the metallic tang of fear. My armor is gone, my weapons are gone. I'm a prisoner in a dark elf stronghold. A new sound register, a soft rhythmic hiccuping, the sound of a lesser creature in distress. It is coming from the far side of the cell, the female. And with that single observation, the memory of the preceding event rises. It does not trickle in. It crashes into my consciousness with the force of a physical blow, a complete, unsparing recollection of my total loss of control. The feeding, the descent into primal illogical fury, the violation. I do not register it as pleasure. I do not register it as conquest. I register it as the single greatest incident of shameful weakness in my 10,000 years of existence. A complete and utter corruption of the discipline that is the very core of my being. I, an enforcer of the Vraken, was reduced to a mindless beast by the blood of a human slave. The logic is inescapable. The fault is not mine. The fault lies with the external agent, the anomaly. My assessment begins cold and immediate, a necessary mental wall against the chaotic memory. First consideration: the source. The female's blood contains a potent, previously unobserved variant of Purna magic. It does not merely heal. It overwhelms Vraken physiology and, in doing so, shatters all mental and emotional discipline. It is a poison. A highly addictive, intoxicating poison that induces a state of primal chaos. Second consideration: the subject. Me. My reaction was absolute. All discipline failed. All control was annihilated. Conclusion: I am susceptible. It's possible that all Vraken are susceptible. Proximity to the source invites further contamination. To remain here is to risk a repeat of the event, an unacceptable outcome. Third consideration: the connection. A new, unwelcome sensation hums beneath the surface of my thoughts. A phantom chord, a psychic link forged in the fire of the event. Through it, I feel a constant low thrum of her physical pain and emotional distress. It is an infuriating distraction, a flow of illogical, chaotic sensations that clutter my thoughts. It is a testament to my failure, a permanent scar. The only logical course is to sever this connection. Distance is the only blade sharp enough. My decision is made. The calculation is complete. I must escape. I must purge the memory. I must return to the cold, clean logic of my existence. The female's soft cries continue, an irritating, persistent sound. To acknowledge her would be to acknowledge the failure. To look at her would be to engage with the source of the poison. She is an object, an element in a catastrophic experiment. She is nothing. I rise. My movements are silent, my body a weapon restored to its full lethal potential. I stand in the very center of the cell and assess my remaining restraints. A single iron cuff, glowing with the same dampening runes as before, remains on my left wrist. The chain that holds the female is bolted to the wall. The door is solid iron. Trivial. Ignoring the small broken shape huddled against the far wall, I turn my attention to the cuff. I focus my restored energy, the raw power now humming in my veins, and direct it into the iron. It does not glow this time. It simply groans under the impossible pressure before snapping with a sharp crack, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. I flex my freed hand, then walk to the wall where the female is chained. I do not look at her. I fix my gaze on the thick iron bolt securing her chain to the stone. I place my hands on the wall on either side of it and pull. Stone grinds against stone. The muscles in my back and shoulders bunch, cords of steel under pale skin. With a great tearing shriek of stressed metal, the entire anchor plate rips free from the wall, taking a chunk of the flagstones with it. The female lets out a small, terrified gasp as the length of the chain falls slack. I do not pause. I walk to the door. It is barred from the outside, a solid slab of iron designed to hold a monster. I find the seam between the door and the frame. I dig my fingers in, my claws finding purchase in the microscopic fissures of the metal. I pull. The iron groans, whining in protest. The hinges strain, their screech a high, piercing sound. The bar on the other side bends, then snaps with the explosive report of a thunderclap. With a final, brutal wrench, I tear the door from its frame and cast it aside. It crashes against the opposite wall of the corridor with a deafening clang that will undoubtedly alert the entire stronghold. It does not matter. None of them can stop me. Cool, fresh air from the upper levels calls to me. Freedom. A return to discipline. I step out of the ruined cell and into the corridor. I do not look back. To look back is to fail the calculation. She's a factor I must leave behind. I take to the air in the vast open cavern of the Undercroft, my wings beating a powerful, silent rhythm. I ascend through the stronghold's shafts, a silver wraith in the darkness, moving with a speed the Ethel guards cannot possibly track. I emerge into the cold, clean air of the night, the twin moons of Protheka casting a pale light over the frozen landscape. I am free. I am in control. A spike of pure, unadulterated agony lances through my mind. It's not my pain. It is hers. Through the phantom cord, I feel a wave of her terror and utter despair at being abandoned in that broken cell, left to the mercy of her captors. The feeling is a sharp, illogical intrusion that causes my flight to momentarily falter. I build a wall against the sensation. I sever the connection. I force the chaotic, emotional torrent into a sealed chamber of my mind. It is a weakness. It must be purged. I angle my wings and accelerate into the starless sky, leaving the dark elf stronghold and the memory of my failure behind me.
Chapter 5. Elsa. I wake to silence. A cold, absolute silence that is somehow more terrifying than the violence that preceded it. The warmth of his body is gone. The suffocating pressure of his power, the chaotic roar in my mind, all of it has vanished, leaving behind a hollow, aching void, and the dull, distant thrum of the psychic scar he carved into my soul. He is gone. My eyes snap open. The cell is empty, save for me. A pale, pre-dawn light filters through the high corridor grate, illuminating the scene of my violation, and the proof of his escape. The iron door is not just open. It is torn from its hinges, lying bent and discarded in the passage like a toy. The thick anchor bolt that secured my chain has been ripped from the wall, leaving a crater of shattered stone. Ice floods my veins, a frigid tide that has nothing to do with the cold floor. He left me, chained and broken. He left me here to face the consequences. The ethel. My breath catches, a painful hitched thing. They will come. They will see the destruction. They will see me, and they will not care that I was a victim. They will see a failed experiment, a loose end. A slave who was involved in the escape of their most valuable prize. My life is forfeit. They will kill me, and it will not be quick. A tremor starts in my hands. All my life I have endured. I have bent so I would not break. I have swallowed pain and terror and waited for the next blow to fall, because that is what a slave does to survive. But something is different now. I survived him. I survived a monster shredding my body and soul, and in the silent, hollowed-out space he left behind, a new feeling is taking root. It is not resilience, it is rage, a hot, defiant rage that burns away the terror. I will not die here. I will not let the ethel finish what the Vraken started. For the very first time in my life, I am not just enduring. I want to live. The desperate, new-found will to survive is a fire in my gut. I pull at the chain still connected to the iron cuff on my wrist. It is hopelessly strong, and the cuff is a cold, solid band of iron. Panic claws at the edges of my resolve, threatening to drown me again. No, I force the panic down. I close my eyes, shutting out the ruined cell, and focus inward. I search for the strange, warm thrumming I felt before he collapsed, the power he inadvertently woke. It is still there, a tiny, flickering ember deep inside me, faint but present. I coax it, nurture it, drawing it up from the depths of my being with sheer, desperate force of will. A warmth spreads through my chest, down my arms. I open my eyes and hold up my hands. A soft, golden light is emanating from my palms. The sight is so alien, so impossible that for a moment I can only stare. The light is gentle, warm, and utterly pure. It pulses with a soft, steady rhythm, in time with my own frantic heartbeat. It feels like a small part of me I never knew was missing. My magic. It is real. There is no time for wonder. The sounds of shouting and running feet echo from the upper levels of the stronghold. They have discovered the escape. They are coming. With a surge of adrenaline, I press my glowing hands against the iron cuff on my wrist. The cold metal bites into my skin, but I hold them there, focusing all my will, all my rage, all my desperate need to live into that golden light. The magic pours from my palms into the iron. The cuff begins to heat, a deep, searing warmth that makes me want to pull away. I grit my teeth, ignoring the smell of singed skin. The iron groans, a low, vibrating sound. It is not melting. It is unmaking. The structure of the metal is weakening, becoming brittle and fragile under the focused application of my power. With a final, desperate push of energy, the light from my hands flares. The cuff cracks, a sharp, clean sound like ice breaking. I wrench my arm and the iron band shatters, falling to the floor in two dull, blackened pieces. I am free. The effort leaves me dizzy, my vision swimming with black spots. The light in my hands fades. The power is still there, but it is a deep, hidden well, and I have drawn too much, too fast. I scramble to my feet, my torn slave shift offering no protection from the cold. The sounds of the guards are closer now, their armoured boots clanging on the stone stairs. I slip out of the cell, a ghost in the growing chaos. My knowledge of this place, learned through years of servitude, is my only weapon. I know the service tunnels, the forgotten passages, the blind spots in the guards' patrols. I move through the shadows, my heart a wild drum against my ribs. I can feel the psychic scar, that phantom link, throbbing with a dull, distant ache. He is far away, and getting farther with every beat of his powerful wings. He is a monster, a violator, but the power now humming in my veins is his legacy. He gave me the key to my own cage. I find a supply closet, the door left ajar in the haste to respond to the alarm. I slip inside and find a discarded blacksmith's apron and a small, heavy hammer. The rough-spun leather is a comfort against my skin. The weight of the hammer in my hand is an anchor, a solid, tangible promise of a fight I was never allowed before. Under the cover of the shift change, as the entire fortress is focused on the escaped Vraken, I make my way to the refuse chute, a foul, disgusting tunnel that leads directly outside the stronghold's walls. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunge into the darkness. I emerge into the biting wind of the pre-dawn mountainside, covered in filth but breathing free air for the very first time in memory. The sky is a pale, bruised purple, the stars fading. I do not look back. I run. I run until my lungs burn and my legs scream. I run until the dark elf stronghold is a mere speck behind me. As the first rays of the rising sun cut across the jagged peaks, I finally stop, leaning against a frozen pine tree to catch my breath. A strange, unfamiliar sensation makes me pause. A deep, internal flutter. I place a hand on my flat stomach, over the rough leather of the apron. It is impossible. It is a mad thought born of trauma and terror. But as my fingers press against my own skin, a flicker of impossible dread and absolute certainty takes root in the deepest part of my soul. I am not alone. I did not escape alone. 5 years later, I stand on the battlements of Haven. The wind whips my hair back from my face, cold and clean. My fortress, carved from an ancient ruin, is a sanctuary, a promise I made to myself and to the hundreds of freed slaves who live within its walls. No one here will ever be powerless again. My hand rests on the hilt of the dagger at my hip, the cool metal a familiar, comforting weight. Below me, in the snow-dusted courtyard, a child laughs. His hair is the silver of an icy winter moon, a stark contrast to the dark training leathers he wears. He swings a wooden practice sword with a fierce, determined grace that is far beyond his 5 years. My son. Lyron. My heart aches with a love so fierce it is a physical pain. He is my life, my world, the impossible, beautiful consequence of a night of fire and violation. And in the quiet moments, when the wind dies down and the world goes still, I can still feel it. The faint, distant hum of a psychic scar. A phantom cord that connects me to a monster with abyss-black eyes. A monster who does not know that the most dangerous part of himself was not the part that escaped. It was the part he left behind.
Chapter 6. Owen. The rogue Vraken snarls, a sound unbecoming of our kind. His name was Lyros. He was once a scholar, his mind a precise and beautiful instrument. Now his silver hair is lank and dull, and a tremor runs through his left wing. But the worst sign is in his eyes. They are wild, chaotic, filled with the most vulgar of emotions. Fear. He is afflicted. The fading has taken root. "You will not take me, enforcer!" he hisses, crouching like a cornered animal. "Brynda will not make a specimen of me." I do not respond. Words are a symptom of the decay, a frantic attempt to give shape to the chaos that is consuming him. My purpose here is not to debate, but to conclude. My stillness is my only statement. He lunges. His movements are sloppy, telegraphed, a desperate, clumsy attack where once there would have been lethal grace. I sidestep his charge, my own motion, a fluid, economical whisper of displaced air. My blade, forged from the heart of a fallen star, is already in my hand. It makes no sound as it slides between his ribs, a clean, cold kiss of finality that severs his connection to this world. His eyes widen for a moment, the fear replaced by a flicker of something akin to gratitude. Then the light fades completely, and he collapses to the frozen ground. Another one of our kind erased. I withdraw my blade and wipe it clean on the pristine snow, the crimson blood a stark, ugly stain. I look at my own hand, at the skin that is as pale and flawless as sculpted marble, almost flawless. On the back of my wrist, hidden unless I look for it, is a small, thumbnail-sized patch where the natural, faint luminescence of my skin has dimmed. It is barely perceptible, but I know what it is. A beginning. A timer. The fading. It is the great unspoken truth of the Vraken. A slow, creeping decay that leeches our power, frays our minds, and unravels our immortality. It begins by stealing our connection to the future. It has rendered all Vraken of my generation barren, the strongest of us. Then it comes for our control, replacing millennia of discipline with the hot, messy chaos of emotion. In the end, it takes our bodies, turning us into the quivering, terrified creature I've just dispatched. I've watched friends, warriors I've known since the world was young, succumb to this quiet plague. I've been the one to grant them the mercy of a clean death when their minds finally broke. And I've done so with the cold, practiced detachment that is the only true shield against the terror of our slow extinction. Apathy is not a choice. It is a necessity. A summons echoes in the silence of my mind, a chime of pure thought that bears the signature of Matriarch Brynda. It is time. I sheathe my blade and take to the sky, the execution of Lyros already a memory I am walling away. The Vraken citadel of Krill is a spire of black ice and obsidian that pierces the clouds, a monument to our cold, ordered existence. I land silently on the balcony of the matriarch's chambers and enter. She stands before the vast crystalline window that overlooks the frozen peaks, her back to me. She is even more still than I am, a being so ancient she seems a part of the stone itself. "The rogue has been called," I state, my voice a low monotone that does not disturb the chamber's oppressive silence. "As expected," she replies, her own voice like the grinding of glaciers. She turns, her starless eyes fixing on me. "A report has arrived from one of my spies in the southern territories. A matter concerning an old mission of yours. The Dark Elf stronghold at Valthos, Ethel. My composure does not shift. My heart rate does not elevate. But deep within the walled fortress of my mind, a sleeping beast stirs, the memory of a cellar, the scent of blood, the taste of fire. I recall the mission. I say, it was a failure. Your assessment was incomplete, Brynda corrects, her gaze sharp, analytical. The human slave you encountered. The one with the anomalous blood. We believed her to have been disposed of after your escape, Brynda pauses, letting the silence stretch, a tactic for which she is renowned. We were mistaken. She lives. The information is a stone dropped into a deep, silent pool. The ripples are contained, but they exist. The anomaly, the source of my single greatest failure of discipline. An insignificant variable, I state. Her insignificance has changed. The matriarch's words are precise, each one a carefully placed scalpel. She is not merely alive, Owen. She has a son. He is 5 years of age. His hair is the silver of a winter moon. The air in the chamber seems to thin, to grow sharp and cold. A child. The logical part of my mind immediately rejects the premise. The fading makes us sterile. It is a known fact. My weakness, my shameful loss of control, could not have resulted in progeny. It is a biological impossibility, a contradiction in terms. And yet, Brynda does not deal in rumor. He shows no signs of the fading, she continues, her voice dropping, and I recognize the tone. The sound of a scientist who has just made a breakthrough. He is healthy. Vibrant. A perfect hybrid of rockin' and human with the Purna vitality of his mother. A specimen that should not exist, and yet it does. I remain perfectly still, a statue of pale stone and silver hair. But inside, the logical contradiction is a fracture spreading through the ice of my control. My failure bore fruit. I have a mission for you, my most trusted enforcer, Brynda says, her eyes pinning me in place. The creature could hold the key. Its unique biology may be the cure we have sought for centuries. You will go to the south. You will locate the female. And you will retrieve the specimen. Her words are carefully chosen. Specimen, not child, not son. Retrieve, not rescue. This is not a paternal matter. It is a clinical hunt for a cure. It is a mission, clean and logical, the kind I have executed 1,000 times before. She's giving me an equation to solve, a way to frame the illogical, chaotic truth in a way my mind can process, a way to redeem the greatest failure of my existence. At all costs, she adds, her meaning clear. The female, the anomaly, is expendable. Only the cure matters. I bow my head, a shallow, formal gesture of acceptance. It will be done, matriarch. My face is an impassive mask, my voice the perfect monotone of her most effective weapon. She will see nothing else. She will not see the ghost of a memory that now burns behind my eyes. She will not feel the phantom fire, the echo of an addictive, terrifying power that I have suppressed for 5 long years. The power in her blood. The source.
Chapter 7. Elsa. The clang of the forge hammer is the heartbeat of Haven. It is a steady, rhythmic beat that speaks of purpose, of rebuilding. From my position on the western battlement, I can see it all. Tarek, my second in command, drills new recruits in the main courtyard, their wooden swords clacking in the crisp morning air. The scent of baking bread and savoury stew wafts up from the communal kitchens, a warm, comforting promise of the midday meal. Children chase each other through the pathways, their laughter echoing off the ancient grey stone. This is what I built from the ashes of my past, a sanctuary, a home, a fortress made not just of stone and iron, but of the shared vow that none of us would ever be powerless again. My hand rests on the worn leather grip of the dagger at my hip. The habit is so ingrained I no longer notice it. The cool weight of the pommel a familiar pressure against my palm. A queen's sceptre is a symbol. A dagger is a tool. I have always had more use for tools. Mama! I turn, a smile breaking through my stern composure. Lyron barrels towards me, his small face flushed with cold and exertion, a wooden sword clutched in his fist. His silver hair, a stark inheritance from a man he does not know, whips around his face in the wind. He stops just before me, puffing out his chest. Tarek says I have the eye of a hawk and the speed of a viper. I kneel down, brushing a stray strand of silver from his forehead. He is right. But you have the heart of a lion, and that is what matters most. My gaze softens as I look at him. He is the sun in my world, the impossible, beautiful thing that makes the fight worthwhile. Most days, I can almost forget where he came from. Almost. He looks past me, down at the sparring recruits. Mina is not holding her shield correctly. She leaves her whole left side open. Tarek should correct her. Ice, thin and sharp, trickles down my spine. It is not what he says, but how he says it. The tone is not that of a 5-year-old child. It is a cold, analytical assessment, spoken with an unnerving, adult-like authority. For a fleeting instant, his dark eyes, so like my own, flash with a faint silver light. A Vrakan trait. I pull him into a hug, burying my face in his hair, trying to chase away the sudden chill. These moments are becoming more frequent. Flashes of an intensity, a possessiveness, that do not belong in a child. Flashes of him. "Perhaps you can show her after your lesson," I murmur, my voice tight. Before he can answer, the pounding of feet on the stone stairs makes us both look up. It is Cale, one of my lead scouts, his face pale and his breathing ragged. He skids to a halt before me, forgoing any formal greeting. "My lady," he gasps, leaning on his knees. "A rider from the eastern watchtower. They spotted something." My hand, which had fallen from my dagger, finds its way back to the hilt. "Report." A single being, approaching from the north, moving, impossibly fast, not on horseback, on the wing. The air leaves my body. The sounds of the fortress, the forge, the sparring, the laughter, fade to a dull roar. The world narrows until it is only Cale's pale, frightened face. And then I feel it. The psychic scar, a wound that has lain dormant for 5 years, erupts in a sickening jolt of ice and fire. It is a phantom pain, a searing agony that rips through my mind with an intimate, soul-deep familiarity. A low, powerful hum vibrates against my skin, a thrum of immense power that I would know anywhere. The monster from my past. He has found me. Lyron feels my sudden tension and clutches at my leg. "Mama?" What is it? I cannot answer him. I am back in that lightless cell, chained to the wall, the void in his eyes promising nothing but a cold, empty eternity. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. No, I force the memory down, crushing it with the discipline of a queen who has faced down starvation, slavers, and the endless despair of her people. The terrified slave is a ghost. She does not rule here. I rise to my full height, my voice cutting through the air, sharp and clear and utterly calm. The terror is a storm inside me, but my words are the eye of that storm. "Cale, sound the alarm. Protocol Scythe." His eyes widen in understanding, a flicker of fear quickly replaced by grim resolve. Scythe, not shield wall, our defence against a conventional army. Scythe was designed for a single, overwhelmingly powerful threat. It was designed for him. "Tarek," I roar, my voice carrying across the courtyard. He freezes mid-spar, his head snapping in my direction. "Scythe, get the civilians to the Undercroft, now! My people move. There is no panic, no hesitation. They have drilled this. They trust me. The courtyard becomes a whirlwind of organised, purposeful activity. Recruits become escorts, herding women and children towards the reinforced entrances to the tunnels beneath Haven. Archers appear on the battlements, their bows drawn, their faces set. Heavy, iron-bound gates slam shut, and the sound of massive weighted nets being winched into place groans from the gatehouse towers. We are not preparing for a battle. I know we cannot win a battle. We are preparing for a capture. I lead Lyron to Tarek's wife, herding them towards the safety of the Undercroft. "Stay with Alara," I command, my voice softer but no less firm. "Be brave for me, my little lion." He looks up at me, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrors my own. A monster is coming, isn't it? I kiss his forehead, a desperate, loving gesture. Monsters are only scary until you face them. I pray to the gods I do not believe in that I am right. I watch him go, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. Then I turn and stride back to the main battlement, my bow in hand, an arrow nocked. My personal guard falls into formation around me. Below, the courtyard is clear. The nets are in place. The traps are set. Haven is silent. A fortress holding its breath. And then I see him. He descends from the sky, a dark shape against the pale sun. His massive, leathery wings beat a slow, powerful rhythm, carrying him with an unnerving, predatory grace. The silver hair I see in my son every day streams behind him. He is just as I remember, a beautiful, terrifying god of death carved from ice and starlight. He does not attack. He simply lands, a soft thud of leather and bone on the frozen earth just outside Haven's main gate. He stands there, his sheer presence an act of aggression, and his massive wings cast a long, dark shadow that stretches across the courtyard, over the walls, and falls directly upon me. He raises his head. Across the distance, through the swirling snow, his abyss-black eyes find mine. I see no fire, no chaos, only the same cold, calculating focus I saw right before he woke up in that cell 5 years ago. He has not come for me. He has come for something I have. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Owen. The fortress is a crude thing, a ruin crudely mended, a child's stack of mismatched stones pretending to be a citadel. I stand on the ridge overlooking the valley, my assessment of the place called Haven swift and dismissive. Its walls are a patchwork of old granite and new mortar, its defenses reliant on predictable choke points and amateurish wooden battlements. It is a sanctuary of runaways, and it has the scent of desperation. Beneath the odors of wood smoke, livestock, and unwashed bodies, I can feel her, the anomaly. Our psychic link, a scar I have learned to ignore for 5 years, now hums with a sharp, insistent vibration. It is a torrent of heightened emotion, a frantic energy that I logically identify as fear. It is the only appropriate response. She knows what I am. She knows why I am here. Her terror is a beacon confirming my path. I descend from the ridge, my movements silent. I do not take to the air. That would be a mercy, a swift approach. Instead, I walk the path to her gate, an inexorable predator, allowing her fear to build. The territory is littered with primitive traps. A tripwire fashioned from gut is stretched between 2 pines. I step over it without breaking stride. A shallow pit covered with branches lies further on. I walk around its edge, my lips curling in a faint, humorless line. These are the defenses of a frightened slave, not a queen. My confidence is absolute. This will be a simple extraction. The path leads me through an outer gate, left deliberately open. An invitation. It winds through a narrow passage between 2 tall rock faces before opening into the main courtyard. A kill zone, by obvious design. She intends to funnel me here. Allow myself to be funneled. Let her believe her pathetic strategy is working. And that is where I see it. The specimen. He's in the courtyard alone, tossing a small leather ball against a stone wall. The silver hair is unmistakable, a stark banner of his Vrockin heritage. He is small, as is expected for a half-breed of his age, but his movements possess a fluid grace that is not entirely human. He turns, and for a moment his gaze falls upon me. My analytical mind takes over, all other considerations fading to insignificance. Subject is approximately 5 years of age. Physical condition appears optimal. There are no visible signs of the fading, no discoloration of the skin, no tremor, no hint of the physical decay that plagues my kind. A faint golden purna aura, inherited from the mother, radiates from him, a sign of immense vitality. He is the cure, a living, breathing solution to the extinction of my race. The most important scientific discovery in millennia. The boy's eyes widen, but he does not cry out. He simply watches me, his expression one of intense, unnerving curiosity. It's an illogical response. He should be terrified. I dismiss the thought. The child's reaction is irrelevant. I take a single deliberate step into the courtyard, my focus narrowing entirely on my objective. That is when the world lurches. A deep, groaning sound echoes from the towers above, and a vast shadow falls over me. I look up. A massive net, woven from thick, iron-laced rope and glowing with the sickly green energy of dampening magic, plummets towards me. My inhuman speed should be more than enough to evade it. I move, a blur of motion, but I'm an instant too slow. The sheer size of the net means my escape vector is miscalculated. It crashes down upon me with the force of a collapsing building. The impact drives me to one knee. The weight is immense, but manageable. It is the magic woven into the strands that is the true threat. The moment it touches me, my strength begins to leach away. A disorienting sensation like being plunged into a vat of thick, icy tar. The power I would use to tear the net apart is smothered, dampened, swallowed by the ethel-inspired sorcery pulsing through the ropes. Before I can recover, a series of heavy thunks echoes from hidden positions in the walls around the courtyard. Massive, iron-tipped bolts, as thick as my wrist, shoot from concealed slots, trailing heavy chains. They punch into the ground around me, pinning the edges of the net with brutal efficiency, drawing it tight and locking me in place. It is an elegant, well-executed trap. Far more sophisticated than the primitive snares outside. My assessment of her abilities was flawed. A critical miscalculation. Human soldiers clad in mismatched leather and iron swarm from the doorways, their weapons raised. They are terrified, I can smell it, but their lines are disciplined. They surround me, but keep their distance. They are not the primary attack. They are a distraction. I see the glint of movement from a murder hole in the wall to my left. A puff of air. Something stings my neck. A dart. I grit my teeth against the sudden, fiery numbness that begins to spread through my veins. A potent sedative. Derived from black-root serpent venom, if I'm not mistaken. Fast-acting. Designed to fell a beast 10 times the size of a man. Rage. A hot and unfamiliar sensation surges through me. To be brought down by such crude, simple methods. By her. I pull against the net, and despite the dampening magic, a roar of pure, guttural fury tears from my throat. The ground around me cracks, and several of the soldiers cry out in alarm. But the poison is relentless. My limbs grow heavy. The edges of my vision begin to darken, tunneling. The sounds of the courtyard fade to a distant roar. My strength fails, and I fall forward, my body crashing to the cold, unforgiving stone. The soldiers part, creating a path. A single figure walks through them. The boots are leather. The trousers are practical, durable wool. A dagger with a well-worn hilt hangs at her hip. She stops just before me, and my fading vision focuses on her face. Her eyes are not wide with fear. There is no trace of the terrified slave I abandoned in a dark elf cell. They are as cold and hard as the winter stone around us, the anomaly. As the darkness closes in, the last thing I see is her, standing over me, her hand resting on the pommel of her dagger, her eyes filled not with terror, but with the chilling absolute light of victory.
Chapter 9. Elsa. The air in the lower cells is cold enough to see my breath. It is a damp, heavy cold that clings to the skin and smells of wet stone and old iron. The only sound is the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water seeping through the rock and the soft scuff of my boots on the flagstones. Each step is a deliberate, measured beat, a queen's procession to the gallows. My gallows, or his. I have not yet decided. My hand is wrapped around the hilt of my dagger, my thumb rubbing the worn grooves in the leather. The cool, solid weight of it is the only anchor in a world that has begun to tilt on its axis. Tarek stands guard before the final cell, his hand resting on his own sword, his expression grim. This cell is the deepest, carved from the very heart of the mountain, its iron door reinforced with the same kind of dampening magic the Ethel once used. The bitter irony is not lost on me. Tarek meets my eyes and gives a single, solemn nod. I nod back, and he hauls the heavy door open. I step inside, and the door groans shut behind me, the bolt scraping home with a sound of finality. And there he is. He is shackled to the far wall, his arms stretched wide, the glowing green cuffs of the dampeners casting an eerie light on his bone-pale skin. They have stripped him of his leathers, leaving him in simple woolen trousers. He is not bowed. He is not weakened. He stands with an infuriating, perfect stillness, his head raised, his abyss-black eyes fixed on me as I approach. He looks less like a prisoner and more like a god waiting patiently for his worshippers to cease their theatrics. The moment the door closed, the mental link between us, a dull hum at a distance, ignited into a roaring inferno. It is a physical presence in the cell, a storm of energy that presses in on me, making it hard to breathe. I can feel the brush of his consciousness against my own, not his thoughts, but the shape of them, cold, analytical, and utterly calm. It is like standing next to a glacier and feeling the immense, crushing cold that radiates from it. I stop 10 feet from him, just beyond the reach of a lunge, should he somehow break free. I force my voice to be as cold as the air around us. "Why are you here?" His voice, when it comes, is a low, formal monotone that scrapes against my raw nerves. It is the same voice from my nightmares. "My purpose is to retrieve what was stolen." The words are nonsensical. "I have stolen nothing from you." "You are mistaken." His gaze is unwavering. "You possess a specimen that is Vrakan property. I am here to collect it." Ice floods my veins. Specimen. The word is an obscenity, a clinical, sterile term that makes my blood run cold. He is talking about my son. He is talking about Lyran. "He is not a specimen," I hiss, my grip on my dagger tightening until my knuckles are white. "He is my child." "A biological anomaly," he continues, as if I had not spoken. "One that requires further study. Its unique properties are of great interest to my people." Beneath the chilling calm of his words, I feel something else through the psychic torrent. A flicker of something that is not apathy. A low, possessive thrum that is focused entirely on Lyran, and by extension, on me. It is the focused intensity of a scientist for his experiment, a collector for his prize. It unnerves me more than any threat of physical violence. "Are there others?" I force the question out, my voice tight. "Are more of your kind coming?" "That is not a relevant concern for you." He shifts his weight, the movement so slight it is barely perceptible, but the chains groan in protest. "Your focus should be on the deficiencies of your own position. This fortress, for example. It is a testament to your will, but it is deeply flawed." My breath catches. He is not answering my questions. He is attacking. "The mortar in your southern wall is of poor quality," he says, voice a detached academic lecture. "A single, determined sapper could bring it down in under an hour. The placement of your archers on the western battlement creates a significant blind spot. And your water supply, a single underground cistern, is dangerously vulnerable to poison." Every word is a hammer blow, striking at the foundations of the safety I have bled to build. He has been here less than a day, and he has already dissected my home, my sanctuary, my life's work, with the cold, brutal precision of a butcher. I feel the echo of his assessment through the link, He is not guessing. He is stating facts. He is showing me that even chained, he is more dangerous than an army. He is showing me that I am still the slave, and he is still the master. My people will die to protect this place, I say, my voice trembling with a rage I cannot contain. They will die to protect my son. They will. The agreement is absolute, devoid of emotion. Their loyalty is a touching, but ultimately futile variable in this calculation. They will die, and I will still take the specimen. The outcome is inevitable. Your defiance only alters the number of casualties. I stare at him, at this beautiful, terrible monster, and the composure I have fought so hard to maintain begins to fracture. The queen is fading, and the terrified girl from the cell is clawing her way to the surface. I cannot let him see it. I cannot let him see her. I turn on my heel, my cloak swirling around me. You will get nothing from me. I stride to the door, pounding on the iron with my fist. Tarek! As the bolt scrapes back, I take one last look at him. He has not moved. His starless eyes follow me, and in their depths, I see a brief flicker of something that might be interest. The detached curiosity of a predator that has just discovered its prey is more complex than it first appeared. The door swings open, and I step out into the corridor, into the relative safety of the torchlight, leaving him chained in the suffocating darkness. I walk past Tarek without a word, my back straight, my head held high, every inch the queen. I maintain the facade all the way up the winding stairs, through the guarded corridors, and into the solitude of my own chambers. The moment my door is barred, the strength that has held me together dissolves. The air escapes my lungs in a ragged, tearing gasp. My knees buckle, and I press myself back against the solid wood of the door, sliding down to the floor. The dagger, my shield and my armour, slips from my nerveless fingers and clatters on the stone. My hand is trembling, a violent, uncontrollable shudder that seems to shake my entire body. I stare at it, at the weakness it betrays, and I hate him for it. I hate him for making me feel this powerless again.
Chapter 10. Owen. Days pass. I measure their turning not by the sun, which cannot pierce this deep, but by the rhythms of the fortress above. I remain in a state of absolute stillness, chained to the wall, my body a statue of cold stone. But my senses are extended, a silent, sprawling web that gathers information. I'm dismantling this place in my mind, piece by piece. The clang of the forge hammer tells me they are resmelting scavenged iron. The tone is impure, the resulting metal soft, a weakness. The scent of their cooking fires tells me their diet is heavy on grain and tubers. Their meat is rationed, their hunters are inefficient. A vulnerability. The shift of the guards above is predictable, changing every 6 hours with a telltale scrape of boots and exchange of muttered pleasantries. A flaw in their security. I listen, I smell, I assess. I catalog every strength and every weakness. I am not a prisoner. I am a predator, learning the shape of my cage so I might shatter it. Once each day she comes. The anomaly. The heavy door groans open, and she enters alone, carrying a wooden bucket of water and a bowl of the same tasteless, grain-heavy stew her people eat. She refuses to allow any of her guards near me, a decision born of either protectiveness for them or fear of me. I conclude it is the latter. Our exchanges are silent, a battle of wills waged in the dim, flickering torchlight. She sets the provisions just within the reach of my chains, her movements precise, her face an impassive mask. She has learned to shield her expressions, a skill she didn't possess 5 years ago. But she cannot shield the psychic link. Through the ever-present hum that connects us, I feel the frantic, chaotic energy that seethes beneath her calm exterior. It is a storm of defiance, terror, and a confusing, hateful pull toward me that she fights to suppress. It is a fascinating contradiction. She never fails to have one hand resting on the dagger at her hip, an anchor for her resolve, A foolish, useless gesture against a being like me, but a telling one. Today I break the silence. "The specimen," I say, my voice becoming a low, even monotone that sounds unnaturally loud in the small cell. I require access to it for observation. Her back stiffens. She does not turn to face me, but I see her knuckles go white where she grips the handle of the bucket. "You will stay away from my son. Its health, its unique biological markers must be documented," I continue, ignoring her emotional terminology. "It is a necessary step in the research." She turns then, and the hatred in her eyes is a pure, hot thing. It should be intimidating. I find it intriguing. "He is not your research project, you monster. He is a child. You will never touch him." She leaves without another word, the slam of the iron door her final statement. A futile gesture. Access to the specimen is not a request, it is an eventuality. Her refusal, however, proves to be an insignificant obstacle. The specimen is drawn to the anomaly of my presence. A day later, I sense him. A small shape peeking around the edge of the cell door, which the guard Tarek has left slightly ajar. He is a puzzle. I observe him as he makes these brief, furtive appearances. The logical part of my assessment is straightforward. I note the faint, silvery luminescence to his eyes in the dim light, a clear Vrakan trait. I observe his speed when he thinks no one is watching, a burst of unnatural quickness as he chases a rat down the corridor. I can feel the low, steady hum of the Purna magic in his blood, a sign of perfect health and vitality. He is a flawless synthesis. The cure seems not only possible, but probable. But there is other information, illogical and extraneous, that I cannot discard. I watch as he falls while running, his knee scraping against the stone. The anomaly rushes to him, her face a mask of concern. He cries, but the moment she gathers him into her arms, the crying ceases. He presses his face into her shoulder, a gesture of complete trust and dependence. She murmurs something to him, her hand glowing with a soft, golden light as she places it over his injury. The Purna magic, consciously wielded. Another new development I must account for. I observe them in the courtyard through the high barred window of my cell. She is teaching him to track. He laughs, a bright, clear sound that is utterly alien in the landscape of my mind. He exhibits a fierce devotion to her, his gaze constantly seeking her approval. These are behaviors I cannot quantify. Attachment, affection, love. They are chaotic variables, useless emotions that serve no logical purpose. They clutter the equation, yet they are central to the specimen's existence. It is a paradox I have not yet solved. One evening he is braver. He approaches the bars of my cell, his small hands gripping the cold iron. He does not speak. He simply watches me with an intense, curious gaze. I remain perfectly still, returning the observation. After a long moment, he holds up a piece of folded, rough parchment. He pushes it through the bars. It flutters to the floor. He says nothing, then turns and scurries away. I do not move for a long time. Eventually, I shift my weight, the chains clinking, and lean down to retrieve the offering. I unfold the parchment. It is a child's drawing, crude, rendered in charcoal. A massive figure with black wings and silver hair stands beside a smaller figure with long golden hair. They are holding hands. The face of the large winged figure is a simple circle with 2 dots for eyes. But from the corner of each eye, a single charcoal line curves downwards. A tear. I stare at the image. The depiction is obvious. The winged monster with the sad eyes. Me. A foreign, unwelcome sensation registers in my chest. A pressure. A tightening around my heart that has no logical, physical cause. It is an anomaly in my own body, an emotion I cannot name and do not wish to comprehend. It is a weakness, and it has been sparked by a simple drawing from a creature I'm here to dissect.
Chapter 11. Elza. Sleep offers no escape. It is a treacherous country, haunted by the memories of the past. I wake in the cold, dark hours before dawn, my body tangled in sweat-drenched sheets, a silent scream trapped in my throat. The nightmare is always the same. A lightless cell, the weight of a godlike body, and the roaring, chaotic storm of his mind violating my own. I sit up, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. The nightmare fades, but the psychic link remains. It is a constant, low-grade hum at the back of my mind, a phantom chord that connects me to the monster in my dungeon. It whispers to me in my sleep, feeding me echoes of his infuriating, predatory stillness. I am so tired. The exhaustion is a heavy cloak I cannot shrug off. I am a queen, a leader, a mother. I must be strong. But every moment he is here, chained beneath my feet, he leeches that strength away, drop by precious drop. The morning brings no relief. After ensuring Lyron is safe in his lessons with Tarek, I make the daily trek to the lower cells. The duty of bringing him food and water is one I have taken upon myself. I cannot ask any of my people to face him. I cannot risk him manipulating one of them. And, if I am honest with myself, I cannot bear the thought of anyone else being in his presence. It is a possessiveness that is ugly and unwanted, another symptom of the poison he left in my soul. Today, something is wrong. The air in the corridor is tainted with the sharp, coppery scent of fresh blood. My heart begins a low, heavy drum against my ribs. When Tarek opens the door, I see it. He is chained to the wall as always, perfectly still, but a dark, wet stain mars the shoulder of his simple woolen trousers. It seeps from a ragged gash on his upper thigh, one of the deeper wounds he sustained during his capture. A wound that had been healing. My gaze snaps to his. His starless eyes are fixed on me, his expression a mask of cold indifference. But I see the faint, almost imperceptible flicker of triumph in their depths. He did this himself. I know it with a certainty that makes my stomach clench. He reopened the wound, deliberately. I set the water bucket and food bowl down, my movements stiff. What happened? The question is a demand, sharp and cold. His voice is a maddeningly calm rumble. The dampening magic is impure. It irritates the flesh and inhibits the natural healing process. A plausible lie. A perfect manipulation. He is forcing me into an impossible choice. Leave him to suffer and risk the wound festering, making him a more volatile and unpredictable prisoner. Or step into his cage, step into his reach. I stare at the torn flesh, at the sluggish trickle of dark blood. The healer in me, the part of my soul that hums with Perna magic, recoils at the sight of the needless injury. The queen in me assesses the tactical situation. The woman in me screams to run. "Tarek," I say, my voice tight. "Wait outside." "My queen, I do not think—" That is an order. I unbuckle my dagger belt and hand it to him, the gesture costing me more than he will ever know. To be unarmed in his presence feels like being skinned alive. Stay by the door. Do not enter unless I scream. Tarek's jaw is tight, but he gives a curt nod and steps back, pulling the heavy door almost shut, leaving only a small crack. I take a deep, steadying breath and force my trembling legs to move. I cross the threshold of the cell. The moment I am inside, the psychic link explodes from a hum to a physical wave of energy. The air is suffocatingly thick with his presence, his scent. Cold stone, winter air, and a clean, masculine scent that is uniquely his. It is the scent from my nightmares. My heart thrums against my ribs, each beat a frantic plea for escape. I kneel beside him on the cold stone floor, refusing to meet his gaze. I focus on the wound. This was foolish. I bite out, my voice a low whisper. I feel his eyes on me, a heavy, physical weight. He does not reply. Steeling myself, I place my hands on his thigh, on either side of the gash. His skin is cool to the touch like marble, but a deep, radiating heat lies just beneath the surface. A jolt, sharp and electric, shoots up my arms, my body's treacherous, unwanted reaction to his proximity. A wave of heat floods my cheeks, and I hate it. I hate him. I hate this weakness. I force the feeling down and call on my magic. The soft, golden light pools in my palms, chasing the shadows from the corner of the cell. I pour the light, my energy, into his torn flesh. I can feel the muscle and sinew knitting back together under my hands, the skin sealing over. The intimacy of the act is a violation in itself. I am mending the body of the man who shattered my soul. As I work, his voice comes, low and hypnotic, a soft rumble so close to my ear it caused the hair on my neck to stand on end. "The specimen," he says. "Does it display accelerated healing capabilities as well?" The clinical question is a slap in the face. Ice floods my veins, chasing away the traitorous heat. I keep my eyes fixed on his leg, on the golden essence of my magic. His name is Lyron. A human designation. Irrelevant. His voice is smooth as polished glass. Has he shown any aptitude for flight? The development of the dorsal musculature would be the primary indicator. I finish the healing, the skin of his thigh now smooth and unmarred, save for a faint silver scar. I snatch my hands back as if I have been burned. I stand up, putting distance between us, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "He is a 5-year-old boy," I snarl, my voice shaking with fury. "He plays with wooden swords and chases frogs by the creek." "He is not your science project." I turn and flee, not walk. I do not wait to hear a reply. I stumble out of the cell, back into the corridor. "Close it," I gasp to Tarek. The door slams shut, cutting off the suffocating pressure of his presence. I lean against the cold wall, my heart pounding, my body trembling. I hate him for forcing me into that cell. But what I hate more, what terrifies me to my very core, is that for a single horrifying moment, as my hands were on his skin, a part of me did not want to pull away. That night, sleep refuses to come. I lie in my bed, staring into the darkness, the psychic link a low, miserable thrum. But then, it changes. A new sensation bleeds across the bond. It is not the cold analysis I have grown accustomed to. It is not the possessive focus that unnerves me. It is a sharp, clear, unmistakable pulse of pure, undiluted frustration. And beneath it, vast and echoing, and as cold as a starless sky, is a feeling of profound loneliness. The unexpected intimacy of it, this glimpse into the monster's soul, steals the breath from my lungs and leaves me more shaken than I have ever been.
Chapter 12. Owen. The dampening magic in this cell is flawed. It is a crude copy of ethel design, powerful but unstable. I've observed a faint, rhythmic flicker in its energy field, a momentary weakness that aligns with the pulse of the fortress's central warding stone. It is a vulnerability, and a vulnerability is an invitation. My objective is not escape. A true escape at this juncture would be premature. The sedative, though weakening, still lingers in my blood, and the full strength of this fortress's defenses has not yet been revealed. No, my objective is information. I wish to observe their response to a crisis, to catalog their formations, to measure their reaction time. Most of all, I wish to observe her. I need to know if the ruthless efficiency she displayed in my capture was a singular act of desperation or a true measure of her character. I remain in my state of practiced stillness, my breathing slow and even, and I wait. The flicker comes as I knew it would. A barely perceptible dip in the oppressive, green-tinged energy that leeches my strength. In that instant, I channel a focused surge of my innate power, a sharp, violent pulse, not into the magical cuff, but into the central link of the iron chain securing my right arm. Metal shrieks. The chain does not merely break, it explodes, the link shattering into incandescent fragments that ricochet off the stone walls. The sound is a thunderclap in the confined space. I do not move to attack. The test has begun. I take the length of the broken chain and strike it methodically against the wall, creating a loud, rhythmic clang, clang, clang that echoes through the lower levels of the fortress. It is a crude alarm, but it will be effective. Then, I let the chain drop and resume my position of absolute stillness, waiting, listening, observing. The response is precisely as I predicted. First, panicked shouting from the upper levels. Then, the heavy, undisciplined pounding of multiple sets of boots. They are amateurs. Brave, but amateurs. A squad of 6 guards appears at the doorway, their spears held in a defensive posture. Their initial formation is disorganized, a jumble of fear and aggression. The one called Tarek barks a sharp order, and they fall into a practiced, if imperfect, shield wall before the cell's entrance. Their fear is a palpable scent in the air, but it is tempered by a fierce, protective loyalty. They are willing to die here, a commendable if foolish trait. They hold their position, waiting for their queen. I remain motionless, allowing them to believe they have me contained. I am cataloging their armor, the quality of their spear tips, the way their eyes dart around, searching for a threat. Suddenly she arrives. The anomaly does not rush. She walks into the corridor with a calm, deliberate stride, her presence immediately altering the dynamic of the scene. Her guards stand taller, their fear receding, replaced by a focused resolve. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, take in the scene in an instant. The shattered chain, my stillness, the defensive posture of her men. There is no panic on her face. I feel the hum of the etheric link between us, and her emotional state is not the frantic terror I expected. It is a cold, razor-sharp focus. She understands. She knows this is a test. She issues a series of quiet, precise commands to Tarek, her voice too low for me to hear. He nods, then directs 2 of the guards to create a diversion, banging their shields and shouting from the right side of the doorway. It is a simple tactic, meant to draw my attention. As they do, she moves. She enters the cell from the left, a long, iron-tipped polearm in her hands. She does not approach me head-on, but circles, using the weapon's length to keep a safe distance. Her movements are efficient, ruthless. She's not the frightened slave from Valthos. That creature is gone. In her place is a warrior, a queen. I could kill her before she takes another breath. Even with the dampeners and the lingering sedative, I am faster. But that is not the objective. The objective is to observe. Her attack is not a wild swing. It is a precise, calculated strike. She feints high, and as my gaze tracks the movement, she reverses the polearm, slamming the blunt, heavy base of it into the pressure point just below my left knee. Pain, sharp and blinding, explodes up my leg. My knee buckles, and I am forced to the ground, my body momentarily unresponsive to my commands. It is a brilliantly executed, non-lethal, disabling blow. Before I can recover, she is on me. Not with the polearm, but with a length of heavy chain. She and Tarek work with a practiced, brutal efficiency, binding my arms, my legs, looping the new chain through the iron rings on the wall until I am once again immobile, more securely bound than before. She does not hesitate. She's not afraid to touch me, but her touch is entirely functional, her focus absolute. There is no wasted motion. As she pulls the final chain taut, securing my wrists behind my back, I study her. The initial assessment was flawed. She is not simply the source, a biological resource to be collected. She's not a chaotic variable. She is a complex and formidable adversary. She has evolved. The challenge of retrieving the specimen has increased tenfold. The calculation has shifted, become more intricate. The problem has become intriguing. She finishes her work and stands, her breath coming in slight, controlled puffs in the cold air. She is about to turn and leave, her victory complete. You learn quickly, I say. My voice is a low, quiet monotone. but the words halt her as effectively as a physical blow. Her shoulders stiffen. She turns her head slowly, her eyes wide with a stunned, disbelieving shock. It is the first crack I have seen in her queenly composure. The first time I have addressed her as something other than a problem to be solved. It is an acknowledgement, a statement of fact. And I realize with a flicker of unwelcome insight, it is a sign of respect. She stares at me for a heartbeat longer, her expression a whirlwind of confusion and suspicion, before she schools her features into a mask of cold indifference, turns and leaves me in the darkness.
Chapter 13. Elsa. The next day, after our confrontation, the air in the cell is even thicker with unspoken violence. Days of his cold, clinical questions and my clipped, hateful answers have led to this, a raw, festering wound between us. "You are a monster," I spit, my voice echoing in the small, damp space. I stand just outside the bars, my knuckles white where I grip them. "You feel nothing. You see my son, your son, as a thing to be collected. He is bound to the wall, but he is not cowed." He looks at me, his abyss-black eyes holding a chilling calm that infuriates me more than any rage could. Feeling is a symptom of the fading, a chaos I have no desire to embrace. Your blood, however, forces that chaos. It is an incendiary. It burns away discipline. He pauses, his gaze dropping to the pulse fluttering in my throat. What happened in that cell 5 years ago was not my choice. It was a chemical reaction. You were the catalyst. The accusation, so cold and logical, hits me like a physical blow. The air leaves my chest in a sharp hiss. He is blaming me for my own violation. "You dare," I whisper, my voice trembling with a fury so profound it makes my vision swim. The psychic bond between us, always a low hum in his proximity, erupts into a violent, deafening roar. It is a maelstrom of emotion. My white-hot rage slamming into his ancient, buried frustration. But beneath it all, there is a third, terrifying current. A desperate shared loneliness that connects us. A hollow ache that is identical in both of our souls. The intensity is a physical nausea, a vertigo that threatens to pull me under. My hand flies to my dagger, the familiar weight of it a desperate anchor in the storm. I cannot stand this. I cannot stand him. "You want to call me the poison?" I snarl, my fingers fumbling with the lock on the cell door. A mad, desperate idea taking root. "You want to hide behind your cold words and pretend you are not a beast?" The heavy lock clicks open. I push the iron door inward, its groan a cry of protest. I step over the threshold, the dagger held tight in my hand, the point aimed at his heart. He does not flinch. He simply watches me, his eyes darkening, the inferno I saw once before beginning to smoulder in their depths. I am shaking, my entire body trembling with the psychic overload and the sheer, terrifying insanity of what I am doing. I stalk toward him, stopping just out of his reach. "Show me," I challenge, my voice a ragged whisper that is barely my own. "Show me the monster again, or are you a coward, Fracken?" The tension snaps. His movement is a blur of impossible speed. The chain on his right wrist explodes from the wall, stone and iron screaming in protest. Before I can even react, his hand is on me, fingers of steel wrapping around my throat, not choking, but holding, claiming. He yanks me forward, my body crashing into the solid wall of his chest. The dagger clatters from my nerveless fingers. "You wanted the monster," he growls, his formal monotone gone, replaced by a guttural, possessive sound that vibrates through my entire body. His mouth crashes down on mine. It is not a kiss. It is a war. A brutal, punishing collision of teeth and tongues, a battle for dominance that I immediately lose. He tastes of cold stone and a clean, unique scent that is all him, a scent that is imprinted on my soul. He plunders my mouth, and I fight back, my hands tangling in his silver hair, pulling, my nails scraping his scalp.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The roaring in my mind quieters, softening to a low, exhausted hum. The silence of the cell returns, no longer empty, but filled with the sound of our ragged breathing and the scent of our mingled sweat. I lie on the chest of the monster who violated me, the monster I just willingly took inside me again, and I can feel the steady, rhythmic beat of his heart against my cheek, and it is terrifyingly, impossibly human.
Chapter 14. Owen. The roaring inferno quiets. The storm of sensation recedes, leaving behind a silence that is not empty, but filled with the scent of her, the heat of her, the feeling of her skin against mine. She lies upon my chest, her body a warm, pliant weight. Her cheek rests over my heart, and she must feel its steady, rhythmic beat. A function I had, until this moment, considered purely mechanical. My analysis attempts to begin, to categorize the event. Objective. Purge the obsession through physical release. Reassert dominance. Reduce the anomaly to a simple, controllable variable. The analysis fails at the first step. The obsession has not been purged. It has been fed. The fire has not been extinguished. It has been stoked into a raging, possessive inferno that now burns in the very core of my being. The act was not one of conquest. I felt her surrender, but within that surrender was a fierce, defiant strength that met my own. She was not a victim in this. She was a combatant. It was not a release. It was a connection, a forging. The logic of this is infuriating. It is a paradox wrapped in a contradiction. She stirs, a soft, involuntary murmur escaping her lips. Her hair, a tangle of dark silk, is spilled across my chest. My hand of its own accord comes up to smooth it, my fingers tracing the line of her spine. She's so fragile in my arms, a thing of soft curves and fierce, desperate life. A human. Yet she survived me. She captured me, and she just met the monster inside of me with a fire that matched its own. No Vrockin female, with all their cold, hard perfection, has ever done that. I watch her in the dim light, the rise and fall of her breathing, the flutter of her eyelashes against her cheek. The analytical gaze I've cultivated for millennia begins to soften. The edges blur. She is not a variable. She is not the source. She is Elsa. Her eyes open slowly, dark and clouded with a mixture of exhaustion and self-loathing. The moment she registers where she is, on top of me, still connected to me, her body goes rigid. "Get off," she rasps, her voice raw. She pushes against my chest, a weak, trembling effort. I should release her. The logical move is to re-establish distance, to reinforce the walls. Instead, a low growl rumbles in my chest, and my arm tightens around her, holding her in place. An involuntary, possessive act that I do not understand. "No," I hear myself say, the word a guttural sound I barely recognize as my own. Her head snaps up, her eyes wide with a fresh wave of fury and fear. "Let me go, you bastard!" I am no bastard. The words are clipped, formal, an attempt to regain control. My lineage is older than this mountain. Then you're just a monster. She shoves harder, her palms flat against my chest. Was that what you wanted? Was that enough for you? Did you finally prove that you could break me? I look at her, at the tear tracking a clean path through the grime on her cheek, at the defiance burning in her eyes, and I know she is not broken. She is magnificent. You are not broken, I state, the words a simple observation of fact. I withdraw from her then, a slow, deliberate movement that is a physical agony, the loss of connection an immediate, chilling void. She scrambles away from me, pulling the tattered remains of her tunic around her body, her back pressed against the far wall. She watches me, her hand instinctively going to her hip where her dagger should be. She finds it empty, and a flicker of pure, animal panic crosses her face before she suppresses it. "What was that, Owen?" she whispers, her voice shaking. "Another chemical reaction?" The use of my name on her lips is a brand, a claim. I rise to a sitting position, the single remaining chain on my left wrist clinking softly. I feel exposed, my thoughts a chaotic jumble of illogical sensations. I retreat to the safety of cold logic, the only armor I have left. "It was a necessary expenditure of energy," I say, voice a strained monotone. "The proximity, the nature of your perna. It creates a significant physiological pressure. The release was inevitable. It is a lie, a pathetic, transparent lie, and she knows it. I can feel her disbelief, her disgust, through the psychic link. It is a sharp, stabbing sensation. "So you are just an animal, then?" she says, her voice dripping with contempt. "Unable to control your own urges." "My control is absolute," I counter, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "That which has no control is the chaos in your blood. It is a poison that would undo us all." She laughs, a sharp, bitter sound that holds no humor. "Then you are a fool for drinking it." I have no answer for that. The logic is, once again, inescapable. I watch as she slowly, painfully gets to her feet. She is bruised, her body marked by the ferocity of our encounter. My ferocity. And as I look at the dark, blooming bruises on her pale skin, a new sensation, cold and sharp and utterly alien, stirs in the pit of my stomach. It is a feeling of possessive rage, not directed at her, but at the thought of anyone else ever marking her in such a way. The thought is a key, unlocking a door in my mind I did not know existed. I think of the matriarch. I picture her with her cold, starless eyes and her sterile obsidian laboratories. I picture the specimen, my son, one of her cold stone tables, probes, and needles dissecting his perfect, miraculous form. I picture the matriarch's guards, the Crimson Wing, putting their hands on him, and then I picture them putting their hands on her. A low, guttural snarl tears from my throat, a sound of biblical fury that makes her flinch back, her eyes widening in renewed terror. The chain on my wrist strains, the iron groaning under a sudden violent surge of my strength. In that instant, the entire equation of my existence shatters. The mission was to retrieve the cure, a simple logical objective for the survival of my race. But the matriarch does not care for the source. Elsa would be an inconvenience, a loose end to be disposed of once the specimen was secured. They would kill her. They would take my son and they would kill his mother. The thought is not just unacceptable. It is an act of war. The cold apathy that has been my shield for 10,000 years evaporates, burned away by a possessive, protective fire so intense it threatens to consume me. I look at her, truly look at her, huddled against the far wall, defiant and terrified and so fiercely, stubbornly alive. The anomaly, the mother of my son, mine. A jolt of pure ice shoots through me as the truth settles, cold and hard and absolute. My hunt is no longer for a cure for the Fraken. It is for them. The mission is compromised. No, it is not compromised. It has been annihilated, replaced by a new, singular, and utterly illogical purpose. I must have them, both of them, and I will burn this world to the ground to keep them.
Chapter 15. Elsa. For 3 days I do not go to the lower cells. I send Tarek with the food and water, a silent admission of cowardice that chafes at me like a raw wound. I avoid the very heart of my own fortress, because the monster chained there has undone me. I try to scrub him from my skin. In the washroom, I use a rough lye soap and a coarse brush until my flesh is red and raw, but I can still feel the phantom pressure of his hands, still smell his scent in my hair. It is a stain on my soul, a brand I can never remove. So, I throw myself into my duties. I lose myself in the endless grinding work of keeping Haven alive. I spend hours on the southern wall, directing the masons as they reinforce the section he pointed out, the mortar now mixed with crushed iron shavings. His criticism was a weapon, but I will turn it into a shield. "You work too hard, my queen," Tarek says, finding me atop the wall, my hands covered in grime and dust. I look out over the small, bustling sanctuary I have carved from the world's forgotten places. The title still feels strange on my ears, even after all these years. I never asked to be a queen. There is no human kingdom left to rule. But when I led the first wave of escaped slaves to this ruin, when we fought off raiders and starvation with nothing but our bare hands and a desperate will to live, they needed a leader. They saw the scars on my back and the fire in my eyes, and they started calling me their scarred queen. The queen of the broken, the lost and the defiant. It is a crown forged of desperation and loyalty, and it is heavier than any crown of gold. "A queen's work is never done, Tarek," I reply, my voice rough with exhaustion. I am trying to build a future for them, but all I can feel is the past, chained and breathing in my dungeon. I try to lose myself in my son. I spend the afternoons with Lyron, helping him with his reading, watching him spar. But even there is no escape. I see the flash of silver in his hair, the startling intensity in his gaze, and I see him. My love for my son is a fierce, pure thing, but now it is tangled with the shame and confusion of what I have done. I have willingly lain with the creature who is his father, and the hypocrisy of it eats at me like a cancer. On the third evening, Lyron finds me in the armoury, where I am sharpening my own dagger with a focus that borders on obsession. The scrape of steel on whetstone is a harsh, grating sound that almost drowns out my thoughts. He comes and sits beside me on the bench, his small legs dangling, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. For a long time, he just watches me. Then his small, quiet voice cuts through the noise. "Mama," he asks, his dark eyes serious. "Why is the winged man so sad?" The whetstone slips from my hand and clatters to the floor. The sound is unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. My blood runs cold. I stare at my son, at his innocent, perceptive face, and I cannot find the breath to answer. I see a monster. A cold, calculating, unfeeling thing. A predator. But Lyron, he sees sadness. He senses the vast, echoing loneliness that I felt for a terrifying moment through the psychic link. The loneliness of a creature who has lived for 10,000 years and never felt a moment of warmth. The thought shakes me to my very core. It makes me question everything. I can no longer hide from him. I can no longer hide from what happened between us. The next morning, I take the bucket and bowl myself. My hand is steady on my dagger as I descend the stairs. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it is overshadowed by a new, burning curiosity. When I enter the cell, he is different. He is still chained to the wall, his posture one of patient stillness. But the way he looks at me has changed. The cold, analytical assessment is gone, or at least it has been pushed to the background. A raw, possessive focus is directed solely at me. A tangible heat that warms the air between us. It is the gaze of a dragon watching over its hoard. It is more terrifying than his apathy ever was. I set the food down, my movements slow and deliberate, my senses on high alert. I feel his gaze follow my every move, a physical touch that makes my skin prickle. I'm about to leave without a word, to retreat back to the safety of my anger. But he speaks first, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through the stone floor. "How is Lyran?" The air leaves my lungs in a sharp, silent gasp. Not the specimen, not the anomaly. Lyran. He used his name, the name I gave him. The shift is so monumental, so unexpected, that I am left completely unguarded. I turn and stare at him, my mouth slightly agape, my carefully constructed defences crumbling to dust. He studies me, and for the very first time, I see a glimmer of something other than cold logic or possessive fire in his eyes. A deep, aching conflict. A war being waged in the starless depths of his soul. He holds my gaze. His voice, when he speaks again, is not the formal monotone of the Vraken enforcer. It is the guttural, possessive growl of the monster I challenged, the male I took into my body. It is a declaration, a claim. He is Vraken, he states, not as a threat, but as an undeniable biological fact. His eyes burn into mine and he finishes the sentence, his claim expanding, his possession absolute. He is mine.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Owen. Her name is a brand on my tongue. The word, mine, hangs in the air between us, a claim so absolute it seems like a physical law newly written into the fabric of the universe. I watch her, chained and powerless, as she processes my declaration. Her mind, which I can feel through the chaotic hum of our link, is a whirlwind of disbelief, terror, and a sliver of something so buried and unwanted I cannot yet name it. Her hand, which had been resting on her dagger, has fallen to her side, forgotten. The first sign of a crack in her armor. The change in my own internal lexicon is jarring. For 5 years, the product of my weakness was the specimen. A scientific curiosity, a cure. It was a clean, logical designation that kept the chaotic, emotional implications at a safe distance. But seeing him, watching him with her, the designation became untenable. His name is Lyran. He is Vraken, and he is mine. The possessive instinct is not a thought. It is a primal truth that has risen from the depths of my being to overwrite millennia of disciplined apathy. Elsa finds her breath, her voice a raw, broken whisper. You have no right. My right is written in his blood, I state, the words cold, factual, and irrefutable. As it is in yours. She flinches as if struck. The memory of our first encounter, the one that created him, hangs between us, a raw, open wound. She opens her mouth to say something else, a denial, a curse, but no words come out. She simply stares at me, her queenly composure shattered, leaving only the terrified woman who recognizes the monster in her cage has just laid an unbreakable claim on her entire world. With a choked sound, she turns and flees, the heavy iron door slamming shut behind her, the sound of the bolt a futile attempt to lock me away from a truth she cannot escape. The days that follow settle into a new, tense rhythm. The silent battle of wills has been replaced by a heavy, charged silence, thick with the memory of my claim. She still brings my daily provisions, but she does not meet my eyes. She sets the food down and leaves, her movements stiff, her shoulders tight with a conflict that mirrors my own. I feel it through the psychic link, a confusing maelstrom of shame, fury, and a terrifying, magnetic pull she despises herself for feeling. I watch her go, the sway of her hips, the defiant set of her jaw. My analysis of her is no longer a simple, logical process. It's cluttered with the memory of her skin beneath my hands, the taste of her on my tongue, the sound of her crying out my name. These are chaotic, illogical observations, and yet they are now the most prominent. The anomaly has become the center of the equation, the point around which all other calculations must now revolve. She leaves the bowl of bland, gray stew. I have no need for sustenance in my healed state, but I eat it. It is a part of the routine, the strange, silent ritual we have established. My fingers dip into the bowl, and I feel something hard and smooth at the bottom, beneath the mush of grain. My movements do not change. I continue to raise a portion of the stew to my mouth, my expression impassive, but my fingers close around the object. It is a small, flat stone, obsidian black and cold to the touch, its surface polished to a mirror sheen. A Vraiken spy stone. The matriarch, her reach extends even here, into this fortress of runaways at the very edge of the known world. One of Elza's people is a traitor, or perhaps the stone was simply planted by a spy who has already come and gone. It does not matter. The message is here. I close my fist around the stone, and the psychic connection establishes itself instantly. Matriarch Brinda's mental voice is not a voice at all. It is a presence, an intrusion of cold, sharp-edged thoughts that feel like shards of ice sliding into my mind. Enforcer, your delay is noted. The thought is imperious, accusatory. It has been 12 days since my arrival. The extraction should have been completed within the hour. You have sent no reports. My other assets, however, have been more forthcoming. They report a change in your disposition, an unacceptable sentimentality. My jaw tightens. I think of the boy's drawing. I think of the way I watched Elza sleep after she collapsed in my arms. I think of the words that just left my mouth, claiming them both. I have been observed. My weakness has been catalogued. Your judgment is compromised. The matriarch's thoughts continue, each one a final, damning verdict. The mission is therefore terminated. Your authority in this matter is revoked. The coldness of her dismissal is absolute, but it is her next thought that stops the breath in my lungs. I've dispatched the Crimson Wing. The directive is simple. Retrieve the specimen and cleanse the human contamination. All of it. The fortress will be sterilized with fire. The Crimson Wing, the matriarch's personal guard, a dozen of the most ruthless, fanatical warriors our race has ever produced. They are not soldiers. They are butchers, loyal only to her. Cleanse the contamination. The words are a death sentence. For Haven. For Elza's people. For Elza herself. Your life is forfeit, should you choose to interfere. The message concludes, a final, chilling threat. Do not mistake my resolve, Owen. The cure is paramount. The Vraiken will survive. No cost is too high. The psychic link severs, leaving behind a profound, chilling silence in my mind. And in that silence, the full, elegant cruelty of her plan crystallizes. She knew. Before she even sent me, she must have suspected I was compromised by my first encounter with the anomaly. This was not a simple mission. It was a test. A gambit. If I succeeded and brought her the cure, my weakness would be overlooked. But if I failed, if the sentimentality she suspected took root, then I became a liability. A loose end. She played me. She used my own failure, my own weakness against me. She now has the perfect justification to eliminate a dangerously sentimental enforcer and seize the cure for herself, all in one clean, efficient stroke. My life, Elsa's life, the lives of everyone in this fortress, they are all acceptable costs in her cold, brutal calculation. For 10,000 years, I've cultivated a perfect, impenetrable apathy. It has been my shield, my armor, my religion. It is the core of my being, a wall that has protected me from the chaos of feeling, from the creeping decay of the fading. Now, that wall shatters. It is not a hot, chaotic rage like the one born from Elsa's blood. It is something far colder, far older, and infinitely more dangerous. It is the absolute, possessive fury of a god whose sanctum has been violated. It is the rage of a predator whose territory, whose property is threatened. They are coming. They are coming to put their hands on Lyran. They are coming to put their hands on her. My hand, still clutching the spy stone, clenches into a fist. The obsidian, a relic of ancient magic capable of withstanding immense pressure, groans under the strain. It cracks. Then, with a soft, final pop, it disintegrates into a fine, black dust that trickles through my fingers. The calm, apathetic mask of Owen the Enforcer, the matriarch's perfect, emotionless weapon, finally breaks apart, and in its place opens a cold, biblical rage. They are coming! Let them come!
Chapter 17. Elsa. The air is wrong. I feel it the moment I start down the steps to the lower cells, the daily provisions heavy in my hands. The usual damp, cold silence of the dungeon is gone, now replaced by a tense, crackling energy. The psychic link, a constant, miserable hum in my mind, is now a raging, chaotic storm. It is not the hot, needy chaos I felt when he took me, but something colder, sharper, and infinitely more dangerous. It is the sound of a glacier calving, the fury of a god. I round the final corner and stop dead. Tarek and the dungeon guards are pressed back against the corridor walls, their spears levelled, their faces pale with terror. They are not forming a shield wall. They are cowering. Before them, the iron door to his cell hangs open, and in the middle of the cell, he stands, free. The magical restraints, the heavy iron chains, all of it lies in shattered, smoking ruins at his feet. He is not attacking. He is not even looking at the guards. He is staring at his own hand, at a fine black dust that trickles from his clenched fist. His stillness is absolute, but the power rolling off him in waves is suffocating. It is a cold, controlled rage that promises annihilation. My heart beats furiously against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I set the food and water down with a clatter, my hands suddenly trembling. My fingers find the familiar hilt of my dagger, and the worn leather is a small, solid comfort in a world that is rapidly coming apart. "What is this?" I demand, my voice sharp, cutting through the terrified silence. His head snaps up, his abyss-black eyes find mine, and the sheer, undiluted fury in them makes me take an involuntary step back. But the fury is not directed at me. It is a vast, impersonal rage, the anger of a king who has just been betrayed. He ignores my question. His voice, when he speaks, is the strained, guttural sound of his control stretched to its absolute limit. The matriarch has grown impatient. The name sends a chill down my spine, the ruler of the Vraken. He takes a step out of the cell, and my guards flinch, but I hold up a hand to stop them. He is not advancing on us. He is simply uncaged. She perceives my delay in retrieving what is mine as a sign of corruption. She believes I have been compromised by sentiment. "You are a monster." I spit, the words a familiar refrain, a shield I desperately try to raise. "You do not feel sentiment. She does not share your assessment." His words are clipped, brutally efficient. "My mission has been terminated. She has dispatched her elite guard, the Crimson Wing. The name is alien, but the way he says it, the sheer menace laced in the two words, makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. They are not like me, he says. And finally, I hear something other than cold logic in his voice. A warning. They do not have conflicting objectives. Their directive is to retrieve Lyran, and to cleanse this fortress and all its inhabitants with fire. They are coming to kill you. They are coming to kill our son. Our son. The two words hit me like a sledgehammer brandished by an orc. My knees feel weak. The sounds of the fortress, the panicked shouts of my own people, fade to a dull roar. He is lying. It is a trick, a desperate, brilliant manipulation to get me to lower my guard, to stand down my men. I stare into his eyes, searching for the lie, for the deception. But I find none. I am tethered to his soul by a psychic scar, and in this moment, that cursed link is my only guide. I do not feel deception. I feel a cold, biblical rage that is not directed at me or at Haven, but at his own kind. I feel the possessive, protective fury I saw flicker in him before, now a blazing, unconstrained inferno. He is telling the truth. The world tilts, the options laying themselves bare with brutal, terrifying clarity. Option 1. I treat him as the enemy. My people fight him, weaken him, and in doing so, weaken ourselves. And then we face an army of a dozen more just like him, an army of monsters with no conflicting loyalties, alone. We will be slaughtered, Lyran will be taken, Haven will burn. Option 2. I trust him. I trust the monster who violated my body and soul. I trust the man who sees my son as a specimen. I trust my greatest enemy, my personal demon, to be my saviour. The calculation is insane. It is a fool's gambit. It is the only choice I have. My dagger does not waver, but the question that leaves my lips is not a threat. It is a plea for intelligence, for a weapon. How many? A flicker of something, surprise, respect, crosses his features before it is gone. 12. They are the matriarch's personal hand. Each one is my equal in strength and speed. 12 of him. The thought is a sickening lurch in my stomach. We barely manage to capture one. What are their tactics? My voice is stronger now, the queen returning, the terrified woman receding. They will favour a silent, overwhelming assault. They will come from the air, likely from the east, using the morning sun to mask their approach. They will strike the walls first, creating chaos. In the confusion, a smaller team will infiltrate, their only objective the retrieval of Lyran. He pauses, his gaze unwavering. They will not be gentle. His knowledge, his brutal honesty solidifies my choice. He is giving me the weapons I need to fight his people. He is betraying his queen, his race, for his son, for us. I lower my dagger, just a fraction, a minute gesture that signifies a monumental shift. The eastern wall is our highest, I say, my mind racing, already shifting from confrontation to strategy. The archer positions are well protected. We can lay fire down on them as they approach. Their hide is resistant to standard arrows, he counters immediately. You would need bodkin points forged of cold iron, and your bowman would need the strength to punch through bracken plate. Our forge can make the points, Tarek interjects from behind me, his eyes wide as he follows our impossible conversation. But the strength? I will handle the ones that make it to the wall, Owen states, his voice leaving no room for argument. And just like that, the alliance is forged. In the space of 10 heartbeats, my prisoner has become my general. My monster has become my weapon. We stand in the dungeon corridor, the air thick with tension and the smell of ozone, and we begin to plan the defence of my home. His knowledge of Vrakan warfare, his understanding of their minds, is a resource I could never have dreamed of. It is a terrifying, intimate dance of strategy, his cold logic meeting my fierce, desperate resolve. In the middle of a heated exchange about the structural integrity of the main gate, it comes. A high, piercing blast from the watchtower horn. A single, sustained note. Enemy sighted. They are here. I look at Owen. He is standing free in the heart of my fortress, his eyes burning with a cold, deadly light, his entire being thrumming with a barely contained power. He is the most dangerous weapon on this battlefield, and I am the one who has just aimed him at the heart of my enemies. The full, terrifying weight of what I have done crashes down on me. I have just armed the greatest threat Haven has ever known.
Chapter 18. Owen. They come not with the roar of a traditional army, but with the silence of falling snow. A dozen dark shapes detach themselves from the morning sun, descending upon Haven in a coordinated, lethal storm. The Crimson Wing. Even from the height of the battlement, I can see the brutal, effortless grace of their movements. They are a manifestation of Vrockin perfection, and they have come to sterilize my world. Beside me, Elsa shouts commands, her voice sharp and clear, a queen marshalling her people against a tidal wave. Arrows fly from the walls, a volley of cold iron tips I advised her to forge. Most are deflected by Vrockin armor or dodged with impossible speed. A few find their mark, eliciting surprised grunts, but doing little to slow the assault. The defenders of Haven are brave. They meet the descending warriors with shields locked and spears braced. They fight with the ferocity of people defending their home, their families, and they die with that same ferocity. The Crimson Wing are not soldiers. They are reapers. They move through the defenders like a scythe through wheat, their blades a blur of silver, their movements a synchronized dance of death. They do not waste energy, they do not gloat. Each motion is a precise, economical calculation designed to end a life. And I watch. A part of me, the enforcer that has served the matriarch for millennia, watches with a cold, tactical detachment. My old instincts scream at me. The mission has changed. The objective is now to protect the specimen. The Crimson Wing will retrieve it. Your interference is illogical. Step aside. My duty is to my race, to the cure that will save us from the fading. That cure is embodied in a small boy with silver hair who is, at this moment, huddled in the undercroft below. The matriarch's plan, though treacherous, will achieve the objective. I track the battle, my gaze sweeping over the chaos of the courtyard. I see 3 Vrockin break from the main assault, their movements purposeful. They are the extraction team. They head for the entrance to the keep, where the path to the undercroft, and Lyran, lies. My jaw tightens. My gaze finds Elsa. She is no longer on the wall, but in the thick of the fighting below, a whirlwind of desperate, furious motion. A soft, golden light pulses around her hands as she throws up shields of Purna magic, deflecting blows that would have killed her. She ducks under the swing of a Vrockin warblade, her dagger flashing as she scores a shallow, useless cut along its thigh. She is outmatched, a candle flame trying to hold back a blizzard, but she does not retreat. She does not surrender. She fights for her people, for her son. The enforcer in my mind observes her with cold calculation. She is a liability, the source of the contamination. Her elimination is a necessary part of the matriarch's plan. But another part of me, a new feral thing that has taken root in my soul, is not listening. It is focused entirely on her, a low, possessive growl building in my chest. It watches every warrior that gets near her, every blade that swings in her direction. I see it happen as if the world is slowed to a crawl. The leader of the Crimson Wing, a massive Vrockin named Kale, whose cruelty is legendary even among our kind, tires of the game. He backhands her Purna shield, the raw force of the blow shattering it like glass. He disarms her with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, her dagger flying through the air to clatter uselessly on the cobblestones. He corners her, pressing her back against the cold stone of the forge wall, the very wall whose rhythmic clang has become the heartbeat of her sanctuary. He raises his blade, the tip coming to rest directly under her chin, tilting her head back. He looks at her not with rage or lust, but with the cold, empty disinterest of an exterminator ending a pest. And in that instant, 10,000 years of duty, of logic, of cold, hard apathy turn to dust and blow away in the wind. The sight of another male, another Rakan, with his hands on her, his blade to her throat, is a reality my soul will not accept. The logic is not just infuriating, it is irrelevant. All that matters is the singular, possessive roar that erupts in the silent, walled-off chambers of my mind, a roar that annihilates every other thought, every other mission, every other loyalty. Mine. My stillness shatters. I do not jump from the battlement. I fall, a blur of silver hair and black wings dropping into the chaos of the courtyard below. I land with a ground-shaking impact that cracks the cobblestones, my own blade already in my hand. The Fraken nearest me turns, his eyes widening in shock at my betrayal. He does not have time to raise his weapon. I move past him, and my blade draws a clean, crimson line across his throat. I am not fighting. I am slaughtering. The cold, precise movements of the enforcer are gone, replaced by a fury so absolute, so biblical, it shocks even me. I tear through my own kind, a force of nature unleashed. I'm not just killing them, I'm erasing them, my movements a symphony of brutal, overwhelming violence. A Rakan lunges, and I break his arm with my free hand before driving my blade through his chest. Another comes at me from behind, and I spin, my wings striking him with enough force to send him flying into a wall, his armor crumpling like parchment. Kale turns from Elsa, his eyes wide with disbelief. He has no time to react. I am on him, a silver and black whirlwind of death. His blade comes up to parry, but I shatter it with a single, furious blow. My hand closes around his throat, lifting him from the ground, his feet kicking uselessly in the air. I look into the eyes of the warrior who dared to touch what is mine, and I let him see the monster he has awakened. Then, with a final, vicious twist, I snap his neck and cast his body aside. Silence falls over the courtyard, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the ragged sound of my own breathing. The surviving members of the Crimson Wing, what few are left, stare at me in horror before taking to the air, retreating. I stand over Kale's body, my chest heaving, my blade dripping with the blood of my kin. Elsa is at my back. I can feel her, her warmth, her shock, her terror. The strong psychic link between us is no longer a hum of confusion or a storm of passion. It is a blazing, solid chord of shared battle fury and fierce, undeniable connection. The choice is made. The line is crossed. I've just declared war on my matriarch, my people, and my entire world.
Chapter 19. Elsa. The silence after the storm is the most brutal sound of all. It is a hollow, ringing void where the screams and the clash of steel used to be, filled now only by the whisper of the wind through the broken gate and the low, agonized moans of the dying. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid smell of scorched stone. I stand in the middle of my courtyard, dagger still in hand, and force myself to breathe. My body aches, but the pain is a distant, unimportant thing. My queen! Tarek's voice, rough with pain and exhaustion, cuts through my daze. I turn to him. He's clutching a deep gash on his arm, his face a grim mask of soot and grief. His eyes, when they meet mine, are filled with a devastation that mirrors my own. "Status!" I command, my voice a raw croak. I clear my throat and try again, forcing the Queen's authority into my tone. "Give me a status report, Tarek. The wounded are being moved to the Great Hall. We've lost a lot of people." He gestures with his chin to a spot near the forge. "Reese. He saved 2 of the younger recruits before he fell." I follow his gaze, and my breath seizes in my chest. I see the face of the boy, no older than 17. I remember handing him his first proper sword just a week ago. Now his eyes are open, glassy, staring at a sky they can no longer see. He was just a boy, Tarek, I whisper. The words a knot of grief in my throat. He died a warrior. We begin to walk, a slow, grim survey of the battlefield that was once our home. I see Anya from the kitchens, her body lifeless near the well. I see Marcus, the old stonemason who taught me how to mix mortar. Every face is a failure. Every body is an accusation. The sanctuary I built has become their tomb. Elsa! A woman's cry, sharp with pain, calls my name. It is Lyra, one of our healers. She's kneeling over a young man, trying to staunch the bleeding from a terrible wound in his leg. We need more blood-clotting moss. Anya was the one who knew where the hidden patch was. Her voice trails off as she remembers. My heart clenches. The practical, cascading consequences of loss. I kneel beside her, my own hands now covered in the blood of one of my people. I call on my Perna, a faint, weary golden light trickling from my palms as I press them to the wound, helping the flesh to seal. Use torn linens for now, Lyra. Keep pressure on it. We will survive this. As I rise, my gaze sweeps across the courtyard and finds him. Owen moves through the field of bodies with a purpose that is terrifying to behold. He kneels beside one of the Crimson Wing warriors, a female whose leg has been nearly severed. I see her whisper something to him. He listens, his expression unreadable, then places a hand on her forehead and with a clean, efficient twist of a dagger, ends her suffering. It is not an act of cruelty. It is a cold, profound mercy. Gods, Tarek murmurs beside me, his voice a mixture of awe and revulsion. I do not know whether to thank him or run him through. I know, I breathe, because his words are a perfect echo of the war in my own soul. He is the monster who brought this apocalypse to our door. But he is also the whirlwind of death that saved us, our damnation and our salvation. As Owen rises, his gaze sweeps the courtyard. It is no longer an empty abyss. It is burning with a fierce, protective fire. He is a fallen god, covered in the blood of his own kind, and I see in his eyes not the victory of a warrior, but the grim resolve of a guardian. The realization, cold and hard, settles in my mind. This is not the end, is it, Tarek? He looks from Owen to the bodies of our friends, and then to the sky, as if expecting another wave of winged death to descend at any moment. They will send more. We barely survived a dozen, an army. He does not need to finish the sentence. Haven is no longer a sanctuary, I say, the words tasting like ash. It is a target. A beacon, calling the wrath of the Fracken down upon us. We cannot stay. The dream I built from dust and blood is over. My home is lost. A sob, thick and ragged, threatens to break free, but I choke it down. I am their queen. I do not have the luxury of breaking. Owen finishes his grim work among the dead. He stands, his borrowed dagger dripping crimson onto the cobblestones, and turns to face me. He walks toward me, his steps sure and silent, a path clearing before him as my people instinctively move aside. He walks through the dead of two races, the casualties of a war he started and a war he just joined, and he does not falter. He stops a few feet in front of me. The psychic link, which had been a blazing battle cord during the fight, is now a steady, sombre connection between us. It is a quiet river of shared grief and grim, unyielding purpose. He looks at me, his burning eyes taking in the devastation around us, the cost of our victory. He has reached the same brutal conclusion. He extends a hand. It is not a command. It is not a plea. It is a statement of the only path left. His hand is large, pale, and stained with the blood of his kin. It is the hand of a monster, a violator, a murderer, and it is the only hand offering salvation. They will not stop. he says, voice a low, gravelly sound, stripped of its formal edges by the battle. The matriarch will send more, an army. This fortress will fall. In his gaze I see the reflection of my own impossible choice, my own despair. You and the boy must come with me. It is the only way.
Chapter 20. Owen. The wind is a blade against my skin, but I fly on. Elsa is a warm, solid weight against my chest, her arms a band of steel around Lyran, who is sheltered between our bodies. I have folded my left wing around them, a leathery shield against the punishing cold, forcing my right to bear the strain of our flight. The muscles burn with an agony I have not felt since my capture, but I do not slow. Where are you taking us? Elsa's voice is a shout, nearly lost in the roar of the wind. Her body is rigid, tense with a mixture of terror and defiance. Somewhere safe, I reply, my voice a low rumble against her ear. It is the only answer I can give. Safe from who? She demands. From you? Or from them? The question is a barb, and it finds its mark. I do not answer. There is no logical answer that will comfort her. My mind, once an orderly chamber, is now consumed by a single imperative: protect them. The mission, duty, my entire 10,000-year existence, all of it has been rendered down to this singular, desperate flight. I push onward, flying not toward any Vrockan stronghold, but away from them all, toward a place of memory, a place of power. As the jagged, black peaks of the Dragon's Tooth Mountains rise to meet us, Lyran stirs. He cranes his neck, his small face peeking out from the shelter of Elsa's arms, his silver hair whipping in the wind. His eyes, wide and dark, are not filled with fear, but with a startling, unnerving awe. We are flying, he breathes, his small voice filled with wonder. The simple, illogical purity of his reaction is a crack in the ice of my focus. A chaotic, unwelcome warmth spreads through my chest. Hold on, I command, my voice rougher than I intend. I dive, banking sharply into a narrow, hidden canyon. The walls are a blur of dark stone on either side, and the wind screams through the needle-thin spires of rock. Elsa cries out, clutching Lyran tighter. What are you doing? Surviving, I grunt, pushing my aching wing harder. At the canyon's end, a massive waterfall crashes into a churning, misty pool, its roar deafening. I do not slow. I fly directly into the wall of water. For a moment there is only the cold, crushing weight of the cascade, and then we are through, into the vast, hidden cavern behind it. I land, my legs nearly buckling from the strain, and gently set Elsa on her feet. She stumbles, and I steady her, my hand on her arm. She flinches at my touch, but does not pull away, her own strength spent. What is this place? She whispers, her gaze sweeping the cavern. The air inside is warm and humid, thrumming with a palpable living energy. The only light comes from veins of glowing emerald-green moss and the swirling opalescent mist that rises from a deep, circular pool in the floor. A wild spot. A sanctuary, I say. One they will not find. Lyran, his fear forgotten, slips from his mother's grasp. It's glowing, he says, his face alight with wonder as he approaches the moss, his small fingers reaching out to trace its light. Lyran, stay back, Elsa calls, her voice sharp with worry. He is safe, I state, my gaze fixed on the boy. In the supercharged atmosphere of the cave, his innate Purna aura, the golden light I've always seen around him, glows with the intensity of a small sun. He's a beacon of perfect, radiant health. My gaze shifts to his mother. She leans against the cavern wall, her face pale and drawn, her breath coming in shallow pants. The dark circles under her eyes are stark against her skin. She is depleted, a candle burned down to its wick. Her own Purna light, which should be amplified in a place like this, is a faint, flickering ember, almost imperceptible. She is a shadow, and he is a sun. The discrepancy is a jarring note in a complex equation. You are exhausted, I observe. She shoots me a glare, her eyes still holding their fire despite her weariness. I have just survived a battle and a flight through a hurricane with a monster. What did you expect? I watch as Lyran, laughing now, chases the glowing motes of light that dance in the air above the wild spont. His vitality is absolute. And Elsa, watching him, sways on her feet. A transfer of energy. He's not merely sustained by his own life force. He's drawing it from her. The thought is a logical leap I have, until this moment refused to consider. He is healthy because of her. My mind flashes back to the Ethel cell, the taste of her blood. It was not merely life. It was fire. Pure, raw, undiluted power. A concentration of life force so potent it shattered my apathy and remade me. For centuries, our Fracken life force has been thinning. The fading is a dilution. Her blood is the opposite. It is a pure, unblemished concentration of life itself. The pieces of the puzzle, observations I have made but failed to connect, now slide into place with a horrifying, simple clarity. Lyran is a perfect vessel, a flawless hybrid. But he is not the source of the cure. He is merely the result of being sustained by it. From the moment of his conception, he has been feeding on a constant, pure supply of the cure his entire life. The horrifying truth dawns on me, a conclusion so simple, so elegant, and so utterly monstrous it freezes the breath in my lungs. The child is not the cure. The mother is. And to save my race, to extract the cure in the quantities needed to reverse the fading, they would not need to study her. They would need to drain her. They would need to bleed her dry until her Perna light, that faint, flickering ember, was extinguished for good. They would have to kill her.
Chapter 21. Elsa. The roar of the waterfall is a constant, soothing thunder, a thick curtain of sound that hides us from the world. Inside the cavern, the air is warm and alive, thrumming with the raw magic of the wild spont. Its pearlescent light fills the space, reflecting in the glowing moss and casting soft, shifting shadows on the stone walls. We are wounded, all of us. My own body is full of new bruises, and Lyran is exhausted, his small face pale with a weariness that goes beyond the physical. But it is Owen who is hurt the most. A deep gash runs along his forearm, a parting gift from one of the Crimson Wing warriors, the flesh torn and weeping dark, Vracken blood. I sit before him on the smooth stone floor, my meagre medical supplies, clean moss and strips of cloth torn from my undershirt, laid out beside me. My dagger is on the other side of the fire I built, a deliberate placement, an act of trust or perhaps an admission that the weapon is useless against the complexities of what now lies between us. He is still. It is his natural state, but this stillness is different from the cold, predatory stillness of the cell. He is not a predator waiting to strike. He is a guardian on watch. His gaze is fixed on me, his abyss-black eyes tracking the movement of my hands with a new, watchful intensity that is entirely protective. He allows me into his space, and finally, it does not feel like I am stepping into a cage. "This will hurt," I say, my voice quiet in the vast cavern. He gives a single, almost imperceptible nod, his eyes never leaving my face. I take a deep, cleansing breath and place my hands on either side of the wound. His skin is cool, as always, but the heat of his body beneath it is a familiar, treacherous fire. This time, however, the terror that usually accompanies it is muted, replaced by a strange, aching tenderness. I close my eyes and call on my power. The golden blaze of my Perna magic pools in my palms, a stark, warm contrast to the cool, emerald glow of the cavern. I press the light into his flesh, and I feel his muscles tense beneath my touch, a low hiss of breath escaping between his teeth. The magic flows from me into him, and under my hands, I feel the torn muscle and sinew begin to knit themselves back together, the ragged edges of the wound slowly sealing. It is an intimate, draining process, a giving of my own life force to mend his. He saved my life. This is a debt I can repay. When I am finished, the skin is smooth and whole, a new silvery scar the only evidence of the injury. I pull my hands back, the sudden loss of contact leaving my skin feeling cold. Throughout it all, he has not moved, has not looked away from me. I'm about to speak, to say something, I do not know what, when a small movement catches my eye. Lyron. He has been watching us from the far side of the cavern, his small body half hidden behind a rock formation. Now he steps out of the shadows. His fear, which had been a palpable thing during our frantic flight, seems to have been washed away by a child's boundless curiosity. He walks toward us, his steps hesitant at first, then more certain. I hold my breath, my entire body going rigid. Lyron stops not in front of me, but in front of Owen. Owen remains perfectly still, his gaze shifting from me to the small boy standing before him. He does not seem to breathe. Lyron looks at the Vraken, at the father he has only ever known as a monster in a cage. Then he reaches out a small, hesitant hand. He does not touch the new scar I have just healed. He turns Owen's hand over and gently, so gently, traces the faint, silvery line on his palm. The scar I gave him with my dagger in Haven's cell, a mark of my defiance, of my fear and hatred. A profound, shuddering breath leaves Owen's lungs, the only sound in the cavern besides the roar of the falls. He does not pull away. He allows our son to touch him, to trace the mark of my past self upon his skin. He looks down at Lyron, and the raw, unguarded emotion in his eyes is a thing of such profound, aching conflict and awe that it makes my own heart ache in response. In that quiet, impossible moment, I focus on the psychic link that binds us. It is different. The cold, obsessive focus of the scientist is gone. The possessive biblical fury of the warrior has banked to smouldering embers. What remains is a deep, churning river of turmoil. I can feel the weight of his choice, the agony of betraying his people, the guilt for the lives lost at Haven. But woven through it all, a steady, unwavering current of pure, protective warmth is flowing from him, to me, and to Lyron. It is not an invasion. It is a shield. It is a promise. He finally looks up from Lyron, his gaze finding mine. The mask of the apathetic enforcer is gone, stripped away by battle and blood and the touch of his son's hand. I see the ancient, lonely being Lyron saw all along. His voice, when he speaks, is a rough, broken sound, stripped of all its formality, raw with an emotion I cannot yet name. He says my name, for the very first time, not as a label, but as a person. Elsa. The name hangs in the air, a revelation, a prayer. He stares me down, and with 2 words, he tears down the final wall between us. I was wrong.
Chapter 22. Owen. They are asleep. Elsa is curled on a bed of scavenged moss and cloaks, her arm thrown protectively over Lyron, who is nestled beside her. In the soft, emerald glow of the cavern, they are the picture of a peace they do not have, a security I cannot guarantee. I stand at the edge of the Wildspond, the swirling opalescent heart of this place, and I wage a war within myself. For 10,000 years, my mind has been a fortress of cold, clean logic. Now, it is a battlefield. The equation is simple. On one side, the survival of my species. Millennia of Vraken history, culture, and life, all slowly being erased by the fading. Billions of potential lives, all resting on the hope of a single cure. On the other side, her, one human female. The anomaly. The mother of my son. The logic is brutal and absolute. The life of one against the future of billions. The cost is statistically insignificant. To sacrifice her is the only rational choice. It is my duty as a Vraken, as an enforcer. It is the choice the matriarch would make without a moment's hesitation. I see Brinda's face in my mind, her eyes as cold and empty as a starless sky. I see the sterile obsidian labs, the cold stone tables. I see the faces of my brethren as the fading consumed them, their minds fracturing into the hot, messy chaos of emotion before their bodies followed. My purpose for centuries has been to prevent that. But then, another image rises to meet it. The image of a crude charcoal drawing of a winged monster with sad eyes. The memory of her standing over me in the courtyard, her eyes not filled with fear, but with the cold, hard light of victory. The feeling of her body surrendering and defiant beneath my own. The sound of her screaming my name. The warmth of Lyran's small hand on mine. These are not logical arguments. They are chaotic, emotional variables that have no place in the equation. And yet they are throwing the entire calculation into disarray. Logic fails. It cannot provide the correct answer because the correct answer feels like the damnation of my own soul. I look at the wild spawn, this nexus of pure, untamed life. Its power amplifies. It creates. With my knowledge of Vraken alchemy, I could use its energy to draw the Purna essence from her blood. I could synthesize a cure. I could save my people. But raw power can also be used to unmake, to corrupt, to sever. And in the ruin of my logic, a new singular truth emerges, a choice made not by my mind, but by the new, possessive, protective thing that has taken root in my soul. I walk to her, my movement silent. I kneel beside her and gently touch her shoulder. Elsa. Her eyes flutter open, dark and wary. She sees the look on my face and she sits up, her hand instinctively going to Lyran's shoulder. What is it? Are they here? No. My voice is a low, rough sound I barely recognize. I must tell her. I must have her understand the choice I am about to make, the path I am about to destroy, the cure for the fading. The reason the matriarch hunts us, it is not Lyran. Her brow furrows in confusion. What are you talking about? I hold her gaze and I deliver the truth with the clean, brutal efficiency of a blade. It is you. Your blood is the cure. Its potency, its purity. It is the key. But to forge that key, to extract the essence in the quantities needed, would destroy the source. I pause, letting the weight of the words settle. It would kill you, Elsa. Ice floods her eyes, followed by a wave of dawning horror. Her hand goes to her own arm, a gesture of disbelief. I see the thoughts warring in her expression, the terror of her own death sentence, the impossible noble flicker of a woman who might consider making that sacrifice. I will not allow her to make that choice. It's not hers to make. It is mine. Before she can speak, before she can argue or plead or offer herself up, I rise and turn my back on her. I walk to the edge of the wild spot, the decision now a cold, hard stone in my gut. I unsheathe the dagger I took from the Vraken I killed at Haven. I slice my own palm open, letting my own dark, diluted blood drip into the swirling, pearlescent mist of the pool. Then I begin the ritual. They are ancient words, words of unmaking, forbidden for millennia. They are the antithesis of the Vraken way, which is to preserve, to endure. These are words of severance, of corruption. I draw the raw, pure energy of the wild spawn into myself. A torrent of life so intense it feels like I am being torn apart and remade. I channel that power not through the filter of my discipline, but through the lens of my new, cold rage. I pour it back into the wild spot, a corrupted, chaotic stream of energy, tuned to a single, unique frequency, the signature of her Purna magic. I am not just destroying the potential for a cure in this place. I am poisoning the very wellspring, making it impossible for her essence to ever be used this way, by anyone, ever again. I am salting the earth of my people's only hope to save the one person who has become mine. The cavern reacts with a violent, shuddering groan. The ground trembles beneath my feet. The emerald light of the glowing moss flickers, sputters, and dies, plunging the cavern into a near-total darkness, illuminated only by the dying heart of the wild spot. The swirling, pearlescent light of the pool churns, turning a sick, murky brown before its light is extinguished completely, the thrum of life in the air falling utterly silent. I have just doomed my race. I turn, my body aching from the strain, the forbidden ritual leaving me hollowed and weak. Elsa is standing, her face a pale mask in the gloom, her eyes wide. She is staring at me, at the dead pool, at the darkness that has consumed the life of this place. And in her eyes, I see not just shock, but the dawning, horrified realization of the true, absolute, and irreversible magnitude of the sacrifice I just made for her.
Chapter 23. Elsa. The silence is pressed in on my eardrums, a dead, heavy weight where the thrum of life and magic used to be. The cavern is dark, the vibrant emerald moss now a dull, lifeless grey. The only light is the faint, dying ember of our small fire, casting long, skeletal shadows across the stone. The wild spot, once a swirling pool of pearlescent light, is now just a circle of murky, still water. The air, once warm and humming with energy, is now cold and thin. It is a tomb. He has killed this place. For me. Owen stands by the dead pool, his back to me. His shoulders, which have always seemed to hold the strength to carry the world, are slumped. The sheer force of the ritual has left him drained, a hollowed-out echo of the terrifying power he once wielded. The link between us is a quiet, aching void where a storm used to be. "Mama?" A small, frightened voice cuts through the silence. Lyron is awake, sitting up in the nest of cloaks, his silver hair catching the faint firelight. He is shivering, his small arms wrapped around himself. It is cold. The lights went out. What happened to the glowing water? I rush to his side, my own shock momentarily forgotten in a wave of maternal instinct. I wrap a heavy cloak around his shoulders, pulling him into my arms. "I know, little lion. It is all right. We are safe." I hold him tight, but my eyes are fixed on Owen's back. Lyron looks past me, his gaze finding the still figure by the pool. Is he okay?" The question pierces through my confusion. My son, who has only known this man as a monster in a cage, is asking about his well-being. I look at Owen, at the profound weariness in his stance, and I do not have an answer. I settle Lyron back down, murmuring assurances until his eyes grow heavy again. Once he is asleep, I rise and force my trembling legs to move. I walk toward Owen, my footsteps unnaturally loud in the deadened cavern. He does not turn as I approach. He simply stares into the murky water, as if seeing the ghosts of his entire race reflected there. "What did you do?" My voice is a raw whisper, filled with a horror and an awe I cannot process. "I removed the choice," he says, his own voice rough and hollow, devoid of its usual formal cadence. I stop beside him, staring at our faint reflections in the dark water. The sheer, irreversible finality of his actions washes over me. "The choice? You have just damned your people, all of them. Why?" The question is a desperate, ragged thing. You are their enforcer. Your duty, your entire existence was to find that cure. That existence is over. He sounds ancient, weary. My duty is no longer to the matriarch. "Then who is it to?" I demand, my voice rising, laced with a hysterical edge. "To me? The woman you called an anomaly, the son you called a specimen." I throw his own cold, clinical words back at him, needing to understand, needing to break through the wall of his sacrifice. He turns his head then, and the sight of his eyes makes my breath catch in my throat. The cold, analytical light is gone. The possessive fire is gone. In their place is a profound, ancient sadness, a weariness so deep it seems to hold the weight of all his 10,000 years. The apathy, the shield he has hidden behind for so long, is gone forever. I am looking at his true soul for the first time, and it is utterly, devastatingly broken. "I was wrong," he says, the two words a confession of unimaginable weight. The logic was flawed. It did not account for you. His words, the simple, selfless truth of them, are the final blow. The walls I have spent 5 years building around my heart, the walls of hate and fear and a desperate burning need for vengeance, they do not just crack, they crumble to dust. They are washed away in a sudden, overwhelming tide of an emotion so terrifying, so powerful, it leaves me breathless. All the hate, all the fear, it is all gone. And in its place is this raw, aching, terrifying thing that feels so much like love. A love born of violence and survival, and a shared, terrible loneliness. He sways on his feet, a subtle, almost imperceptible loss of balance. The ritual has cost him dearly. Before I can think, I am moving, my hand reaching out to steady him, my fingers closing around his forearm. The skin is cool, but the muscle beneath is hard as stone. He freezes at my touch, his entire body going rigid, his head snapping down to look at my hand on his arm. "You are a fool, Owen," I whisper, my voice thick with unshed tears. I do not pull my hand away. He gazes at me, and I see the conflict in his eyes, the confusion. He has spent his entire existence in perfect control, and now, for me, he has thrown it all away. I let go of his arm, but only to raise my hand to his face. My touch is hesitant at first, my fingertips barely grazing the cool skin of his cheek. He flinches, a subtle, almost imperceptible reaction, as if he is unused to a gentle touch. I let my palm cup his face, my thumb stroking the sharp line of his jaw. He is real. This is real. This impossible, selfless, monstrous, beautiful man is real. He does not pull away. Instead, a shudder runs through his entire body. He leans into my touch, a slow, deliberate surrender, his eyes closing, as if the weight of the world, the weight of his choice, is simply too much to bear. He is a fallen god, and in this moment he is giving himself over to my mercy. I look at his face, at the long silver lashes resting against his pale skin, at the lines of exhaustion and pain etched around his mouth. At last, I see him without the filter of my own trauma. I see past the monster and the violator and the captor. I see the sad eyes from Lyron's drawing, and in the proud, sharp lines of his face, I see an echo of my son. A single hot tear escapes my eye and traces a path down my cheek. "He has your eyes," I whisper. The words are profound, absolute truth that seals our fate. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24. Owen. Her touch lingers on my skin, a phantom warmth that defies the growing cold of the dead cavern. As she drifts back to sleep, Lyron nestled beside her. The full weight of my choice settles upon me. It is not a thought, but a physical sensation. A hollowing, I feel the psychic backlash from corrupting the wild spont, a profound and absolute silence where a connection to my people's future used to be. For centuries, the hunt for the cure has been a silent, driving imperative in the back of my mind, a subconscious link to the survival of my race. Now that link is severed. The silence it leaves is deafening. I watch them sleep in the faint, flickering light of the fire. The equation I have just solved plays over and over in my mind. On one side, millennia of Rakan existence, the faces of friends lost to the fading, the future of an entire species. On the other, this one human female and the child she bore me. I have damned my race for them. By every metric of logic, the choice is insane. As I look at the fierce, protective way her arm is thrown over our son, at the silver of his hair mixed with the dark silk of hers, the choice feels undeniably, irrevocably correct. Not logical, not rational, but the only choice my soul would allow. Lyron stirs, a small whimper escaping his lips. His face is tight with the memory of a nightmare. The battle, the flight, the terror. Before, I would have remained still, observing the specimen's distress as a clinical curiosity. I do not do that now. I move to his side, my movements silent. I do not know the human art of comfort, the soft words or gentle lullabies. I know only the Rican instinct to shelter. I kneel and extend my wing, the vast, leathery expanse of it unfolding, to create a small, warm cave of darkness around him, shielding him from the dying light of the fire and the cold ghosts of the cavern. Beneath my wing, his whimpering ceases. His breathing evens out. He settles into a deep, peaceful sleep, secure in the shelter of his father. The fierce primal protectiveness that floods my being is a feeling more potent than any power I have ever wielded. It solidifies my decision with a finality that leaves no room for regret. When the first, pale light of dawn filters through the curtain of the waterfall, I know what I must do. They are weak. They need sustenance. This is my new mission. Not a grand, sweeping objective from a matriarch, but a simple, tangible purpose. I slide from the cave, my wings catching the air as I fly through the waterfall and into the crisp morning. I spend hours foraging, my ancient knowledge of the wild, long dormant, now rising to the surface. I find a clean, cold spring bubbling up from between two rocks. I gather sweet, nutty-tasting roots and a patch of crisp, edible moss. It is a simple, humble act of providing, but as I hold the cool, damp moss in my hand, I realize it feels more meaningful than any mission I ever completed, more real than any cold, logical victory. When I return, Elsa is awake. She sits by the fire, sharpening her dagger on a flat stone, the rhythmic scrape, scrape, scrape of familiar, defiant sound. She looks up as I enter, her eyes immediately going to the provisions in my hands, then to my face. The wariness is still there, but the raw hatred has been replaced by a deep, troubled confusion. "You were gone," she says, her voice flat, the words an accusation and a question all in one. The fear of abandonment, I realize, is a wound that runs deep in her. I was securing provisions. I hold out a water skin I filled at the spring. Her eyes track the movement, but she does not take it. She returns her attention to her blade. "You are not my keeper." "No, I am not." The words are a quiet admission, a redrawing of the lines between us. I am no longer her captor. I am something else. I set the water skin and the food beside her. "But he needs to eat." "And you are depleted." She finally stops sharpening the dagger, her gaze distant. "What now, Owen?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. "We are fugitives. Your people will hunt us to the ends of the world." "Yes," I say, offering no false comfort. "They will." "And what do we do when they find us?" "We cannot fight an army." I look at her, at the strength in the set of her jaw, the resilience that has allowed her to survive this long. "We will not let them find us." "And if they do?" I pause, my gaze unwavering. "I will kill any who come near you." It's not a boast. It is a promise. An absolute, unbreakable vow. She hears the truth of it in my voice, and I see a flicker of it in her eyes. Not trust, not yet, but a grudging acceptance of our new reality. She gives a single sharp nod and begins to prepare the food. Later, as night falls again, she and Lyran fall into an exhausted sleep. I cannot rest. The weight of my choice, the threat of the matriarch, the new, fragile life I am now responsible for, they are a burden I must carry alone. I walk to the opening of the cave. The roar of the waterfall, a constant, thundering presence. I stand there, a silent sentinel, my back to the two people who have become the center of my universe, and I watch the darkness. Sometime in the dead of night, I feel her stir. I do not turn. I feel her gaze on my back, a tentative, questioning touch. I know the sheer breadth of my wings seems not threatening, but like a shield to her.
Chapter 25. Elsa. For 2 days we exist in the dead, silent heart of the mountain. A fragile, unspoken truce settles over us in the gloom. Owen is a quiet, efficient presence. He leaves for hours at a time, returning with fresh water, edible roots, and on one occasion, 2 rabbits for roasting. He moves with a new, weary grace, the profound weight of his sacrifice etched into every line of his body. He is no longer the monster from my cell, but he is not yet the man from my dreams. He is something in between, a ghost haunted by a choice that doomed a species. I watch him. I cannot help it. While he is out foraging, I care for Lyran, but my mind is a tangled mess of contradictions. I try to hold on to the hatred I have nurtured for 5 years. It has been my armour, my shield, the fire that kept me alive. But it slips through my fingers like sand. How can I hate the man who chose my life over the future of his entire race? The psychic bond between us is the most disorienting part. It is no longer an invasive storm or a possessive hum. It is a quiet, steady river of profound sadness and a fierce, unwavering protectiveness that is directed entirely at Lyran and me. I feel the truth of his sacrifice in every silent moment. It was not a calculated move. It was an emotional breaking point, a complete shattering of his millennia-old identity. On the 3rd morning, I can no longer stand the silence, the uncertainty. He sits by the fire, sharpening the dagger he took from the Vraken he killed, the scrape of steel on stone a harsh, rhythmic sound. Lyran is asleep nearby. Now is the time. I walk over and sit on the rock across from him. He does not stop his work, but I feel his gaze on me, watchful. I need to understand, Owen. I begin, my voice steadier than I feel. Why? He pauses, setting the stone and blade down. He looks into the fire, the orange light dancing in his starless eyes. Because the alternative was to allow the matriarch to destroy you. His voice is a rough thing, stripped of his old formality. That was not a choice I was capable of making. But your people. The words feel inadequate, impossibly small in the face of what he has done. You were their only hope. You have damned them. My people are ruled by a matriarch who would sacrifice her most loyal enforcer for a marginal gain, he counters, his gaze finally meeting mine. The sadness there is a vast, open wound. My choice was not between the Vraken and you, Elsa. It was between her ambition and your life. It was no choice at all. His honesty is a disarming, painful thing. He has reframed his treason as a rebellion against a tyrant, not a betrayal of his people, and in doing so has claimed a sliver of honour in an honourless act. So, what is the plan? I press, needing a focus, a mission, something other than just hiding in this dead cave. Do we just wait here until we starve, or until she finds a way to track us? We are safe here for now. The corrupted magic of the wild spot will mask our presence. For now is not good enough. I stand, unable to be still. The leader in me is taking over from the confused and shattered woman. When I built Haven, I built it on a promise that we would never be powerless again. But I also built it on a plan for the worst. I always knew it might fall. He watches me, his expression unreadable, waiting. Tarek, my second in command. He knows the plan. I continue, pacing before the fire. We established it years ago. There is a rally point, an old, forgotten ruin in the very heart of the sunken forests, south of here. Any who escaped the attack, any who were on patrol or foraging parties, they were to make their way there. They are waiting for me, Owen. They are my people. They are my responsibility. Leaving Haven was a strategic retreat, a desperate act to draw the immediate threat away from the survivors. It was never a permanent abandonment. They will be hunted, he states, his voice flat, which is why I cannot leave them out there alone. I stop pacing and face him directly, my resolve hardening into steel. I have to go to them. I have to gather what is left of my family and lead them. I glance at Lyron, sleeping peacefully, a pang of love and fear striking my heart. You are a traitor to your people. The matriarch will hunt you just as she hunts me. You have nowhere else to go. I take a breath, the next words the most important I have ever spoken. But I am not your captor anymore, and you are not my keeper. I am asking for your help, not as my guard, but as my ally. Help me find my people. Help me protect them. I hold his gaze, letting him see the sincerity, the desperate hope in my eyes. And we will help protect you. It is an offer between equals, a partnership forged in blood and fire, and a shared, uncertain future. He is silent for a long, heavy moment, his gaze shifting from my face to our sleeping son, then back again. I see the calculations turning in his mind, but they are no longer the cold, logical assessments of the enforcer. They are the thoughts of a guardian, a protector, weighing the risks against the needs of his new, fragile family. His new purpose is aligning with mine. He gives a single solemn nod, the movement as binding as any blood oath. We find your people, he agrees, his voice a low, solid promise that seals our new pact. Then we find somewhere safe where we can live.
Chapter 26. Owen. We leave the dead cavern at dawn. The air in the high peaks is thin and sharp, and the silence that follows us is heavier than the one we left behind. My new purpose is a cold, hard weight in my chest. Keep them alive. Keep them safe. Keep them mine. For the first hour, we move along a treacherous goat path, the mountain falling away into a misty abyss to our left. Lyron walks between us, his small hand held tightly in Elsa's. I am a predator turned shepherd, my senses extended, tasting the wind, listening to the silence, searching for any sign of pursuit. It comes sooner than I expected. A faint psychic signature on the wind, like the scent of ozone before a storm. It is disciplined, cold, and familiar. Fraken. I scan the sky, and there, in the far distance to the north, I see them. 5 dark specks, flying in the precise V formation of a military scouting party. The Crimson Wing. The hunt has already begun. Without a word, I take Elsa's arm. She flinches, her hand immediately going to her dagger. I register her reaction, the spike of fear and defiance before she even speaks. What is it? She demands, her eyes flashing. Scouts, I state, the word a low, urgent command as I pull them off the path, down a steep, scree-covered slope. 5 of them, 3 leagues north and closing fast. We must get below the tree line. My tone seems to override her suspicion. She scrambles after me, holding Lyron close as loose rocks skitter out from under our feet. We move for another hour, a grueling downward plunge into a thick, ancient forest of silverwood trees. I stop in a dense thicket where the silver leaves are interspersed with the pale, almost translucent petals of a plant I recognize. Here, I say, plucking a handful of the white flowers. Crush these. Rub them on your skin, your clothes, both of you. I observe her suspicion as she eyes the flowers. What is this? Ghost bloom, I explain, crushing the petals in my own hand. They release a sharp, cloying scent, like sweet, rotting meat. Its scent is offensive to the Vracan olfactory senses. It will help to mask our trail. She hesitates for a moment, then gives a sharp nod and begins to follow my instructions. I hear Lyron wrinkle his nose. It stinks, Mama. I listen as she murmurs to him. I know, little lion. Think of it as a costume. We continue on, the dense canopy of the forest providing some cover from the sky. The psychic link between us hums with a frantic energy that I recognize as a torrent of her unspoken questions. She finally gives voice to them. Why are they so relentless? She asks, her voice low as she navigates a tangle of roots. You turned on them. The matriarch sent them to eliminate you as much as to take Lyron. Why does she still hunt us with such fervor? Because I failed her, I say, my gaze sweeping the canopy above. And because Lyron exists. To the matriarch, sentiment is a disease, a symptom of the fading. My choice to protect you is not seen as a betrayal. It is seen as proof of my corruption, an infection. I stop and look at her, needing her to understand the nature of the enemy we face. The Crimson Wing are not soldiers. They are zealots. They are the purest of our kind, untouched by the plague that is consuming us. They see you as a human contamination that caused my fall. They see Lyron not as a child, but as a tainted relic that must be repossessed and purified. I see her face pale, but her eyes remain hard as flint. She asks, "And you? What do you see him as?" "He is my son," I state, the words feeling both foreign and absolute on my tongue. "They will not touch him." A sudden, sharp spike of psychic energy from above makes me freeze. Close. Too close. "Down!" I hiss, shoving her and Lyron toward a narrow crevice in a massive rock face, a dark split in the stone barely wide enough for a person. Now. Not a sound. She scrambles inside without question, pulling a frightened Lyron in with her. The space is tight, a claustrophobic sliver of darkness. I press in behind them, shielding their bodies with my own, my back to the opening, my wings folded as tightly as possible. Elsa is crushed against me, her face just inches from mine. I feel her heart hammering against my chest, her breath a warm puff against my lips. A massive shadow passes over the entrance to our hiding place. The powerful whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of Vracan wings is a sound I have known for millennia. But for the very first time, it fills me with a cold, primal dread. A spike of pure terror, sharp and stabbing, lances through the link from her to me. The sensation is so potent it feels like a physical blow against my own discipline. In response, a cold, protective fury rises in me, a silent, psychic roar that I direct outwards, a ward of pure possessiveness. Mine. The sound of the wings recedes. I feel a shaky breath leave her lungs. We are safe. But then, the wing beats stop. A soft thud echoes from just outside our crevice. The scout has landed. My entire body turns to stone. I hear the faint scrape of its claws on the rock, its head tilting as its own psychic senses probe the area. The ghost bloom is masking our scent, but the lingering traces of our passage, the broken branches, the faint residue of our presence, it has found something amiss. I look down at Elsa. I see the terror in her wide eyes, feel her hand clutching the front of my tunic. Lyron is a silent, trembling weight between us. We are frozen, holding our breath, mere feet away from discovery, by a creature that will show us no mercy, a zealot that believes it is cleansing the world of a pestilence, and that pestilence is us.
Chapter 27. Elsa. We run until our lungs burn and the sounds of pursuit are a phantom echo in our minds. The Vraken scout is gone, but the terror it left behind is a cold, clinging thing. Owen finds us shelter in a shallow, wind-hollowed cave, little more than a scar in the mountainside, but it is cover. It is enough. The adrenaline fades, leaving a bone-deep weariness in its place. Lyron, who was so brave and quiet during our escape, collapses against me, his small body trembling. I wrap him in my cloak, murmuring soothing words I do not feel, my own heart still a frantic drum against my ribs. It is hours later that I realise the trembling has not stopped. I press my hand to his forehead. He is burning up. No, I whisper, the word a denial, a plea. His cheeks are flushed with an unnatural, feverish heat, and when I try to get him to drink some water, he is listless, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Panic, cold and sharp, seizes my chest. This is not a wound. This is not an enemy I can face with a blade or a strategy. This is a sickness, an insidious fire burning through my son from the inside out. My hands begin to shake. I place them on Lyron's forehead, desperately calling on the Perna magic that has become my shield. I feel the warmth gather in my palms, the familiar golden light, but when I try to push it into him, to draw the sickness out, it sputters and fails. The light is weak, my own energy depleted from the battle and the flight. My magic is for mending torn flesh and broken bones, not for fighting this invisible enemy. It is useless. I am useless. He is burning up, I say to the empty cave, my voice cracking with a terror I have not allowed myself to feel since I was a helpless slave. My magic, gods, it is not working. A large shadow falls over me. Owen has been watching from the cave, a silent, still sentinel. Now he moves, his steps silent on the stone floor. Let me see him. Stay away from him. The words are a guttural, protective snarl, an instinct so deep it bypasses all reason. He stops, his hands raised in a gesture of peace that looks utterly alien on him. Elsa. His voice is a low, calm anchor in my storm of panic. Fear will not help him. I have seen this before. Please, let me help. His use of my name, the quiet plea in his voice, cuts through my terror. I look from his face, which is a mask of grim, focused concern, to my son, who whimpers in his fevered sleep. I am out of options. I am a queen with no army, a healer with no cure. I give a single sharp nod, and the hatred I feel for myself in that moment is a bitter acid. I am letting the monster touch my child. He kneels beside us, and the sheer size of him seems to shrink the cave. I expect his touch to be clinical, detached, but when he places his large, scarred hand on Lyron's forehead, the gesture is one of surprising, almost reverent gentleness. His brow furrows as he gently pries open one of Lyron's eyes, then feels the pulse at his throat. It is river fever, he says in a quiet rumble of certainty. Common in these mountains after the spring thaw. The local children are often afflicted. It is dangerous if left untreated, but I know the remedy. I stare at him, my mind reeling. How could you possibly know that? He looks at me, and in his starless eyes I see the vast, lonely expanse of his existence. I have been alive for a very long time, Elsa. I have seen many things. He rises to his feet. There are roots that grow by the cold springs in these mountains, and a particular moss that thrives on the northern faces of the rocks. I must gather them. I will return. You are leaving? The question is a raw burst of my deepest fear, abandonment. I will return, he repeats, and his gaze is so steady, so absolute. It is a vow. And then he is gone. A whisper of movement, and I am alone with my sick son and my warring heart. Is this a trick? A way to escape? To leave us to our fate? Or is it a genuine act of care? I do not know which thought is more terrifying. He is true to his word. He returns as the sun begins to set, his hands full of dark, gnarled roots and clumps of a pale, silvery moss. I watch, my arms wrapped tightly around myself, as he builds up the fire and begins to prepare the remedy. He moves with a methodical, practiced ease, crushing the roots with a stone, mixing them with the moss and a bit of water to form a thick, dark paste. The scent is pungent, earthy and sharp. "This will be cold," he says, his voice soft as he approaches Lyron. "But it will draw out the worst of the heat." He gently pulls back the cloak and begins to apply the poultice to Lyron's forehead, his chest, the soles of his feet. His hands, the same hands that have killed hundreds, that have torn my world apart, are impossibly gentle on our son's skin. And he begins the vigil. He does not sleep. He sits beside Lyron, a silent, tireless sentinel in the flickering firelight. He dips a strip of cloth in the cool water and periodically wipes Lyron's brow. He is a mountain of stillness and unwavering focus, his entire being dedicated to this one small, fragile life. Hours pass. I do not sleep either. I watch this monster, this warrior, this father tenderly caring for our son. The word hangs in my mind, a foreign, impossible thing. Father. In the darkest hour of the night, when the fire has burned down to glowing embers, Lyron's fever breaks. A great, shuddering sigh leaves his small body, and the unnatural flush begins to recede from his cheeks. He murmurs something in his sleep, and Owen leans in, his deep voice a low, comforting rumble that is not a language I know, but Lyron quiets instantly, settling back into a peaceful sleep. I watch this scene, the massive, winged warrior, and the small, silver-haired boy, and the last hard kernel of hate I have held on to for 5 long years, the armour that has protected me, the fire that has kept me alive. It does not just crack. It dissolves. It washes away in a silent, cleansing wave, leaving me feeling terrifyingly vulnerable, utterly exposed, and irrevocably changed.
Chapter 28. Owen. The pace she sets is relentless. For 3 days we have moved south through the foothills of the Dragon's Tooth Mountains, and Elsa has not once suggested we slow. She pushes herself past the point of human exhaustion, her face etched with grim determination, her hand often resting at the hilt of her dagger as if drawing strength from the steel. I, with my Vrakin stamina, feel no physical strain which leaves my mind free to observe, and I find myself observing her constantly. I watch as she halves her own meager ration of dried meat, giving the larger portion to Lyron. I watch as she soothes the boy's fears at night with quiet, made-up stories of heroic squirrels and clever foxes. I watch her stumble on the loose rock, her body crying out for rest, only to see her push herself back to her feet, her gaze fixed on the southern horizon. My mind, accustomed to the Vrakin model of leadership, draws an involuntary and deeply unsettling contrast. Matriarch Brynda rules through fear and manipulation. Her subordinates are tools, valued only for their utility. Loyalty is a transaction, enforced by the promise of swift and final punishment for failure. She commands obedience. Elsa leads through love and sacrifice. Her people are not her subjects. They are her family. Their loyalty is not commanded. It is earned through her own unwavering devotion to their well-being. She does not punish failure. She grieves for it. The human way, a way I have always dismissed as weak and chaotic, suddenly possesses a strength, a resilience that my own kind has lost. It is a profound and deeply disruptive revelation. On the 4th day, we find shelter in a small, abandoned trapper's outpost, a single-room stone hovel nestled in a narrow valley. It is a chance to rest out of the biting wind. "Stay here," I tell Elsa, gesturing for her and Lyron to remain by the door. I enter first, my senses extended, sweeping the small space for threats. It is empty, save for the dust of years and the faint, lingering scent of wood smoke and old furs. But beneath that, there is something else. "They were here," I say, turning back to her. The scent is 3, perhaps 4 days old. A frantic, hopeful energy ignites in her eyes. She pushes past me into the hovel, her gaze sweeping every corner. Tarek would have left a sign. He would have... She trails off, her hands running along the rough-hewn wooden walls, searching. Lyron stays close to her legs, his own eyes wide. What sort of sign? I ask, my own gaze scanning the room for anything out of place. A broken chain. It is the symbol of Haven, she explains, her voice tight with a desperate hope. He would have carved it somewhere. She drops to her knees, running her hands over the rough, dusty floorboards. And then she stops. Here. I move to her side and look down. There, almost invisible in the gloom, is a crudely carved symbol etched into the wood of a single floorboard. 2 links of a chain, one of them shattered. It is loose, she says, her fingers digging at the edges of the board. Allow me. I kneel beside her, slipping my dagger into the crack and prying the board up with a groan of old wood. Beneath it is a small, hollowed-out space, and inside that space is a tightly rolled piece of cured leather. Her hands are trembling as she takes it and unrolls it. It is not a map, not in any traditional sense. It is a complex series of symbols and numbers, a cipher. Only a handful of us in Haven know the key to this, she whispers, her finger tracing the symbols. She pulls a piece of charcoal from her pack and begins to work on a blank patch of the floor, her brow furrowed in concentration. I watch her, but my attention is drawn to the map itself. While the specific points are a mystery to me, the general geography, the faint outlines of a river and a mountain range, are familiar. I have seen them before, in the war archives at Krill. The ruins of Sylvanas, she finally breathes, looking up at me, her eyes shining with a triumphant, desperate light. They are in the very heart of the Gloomwood. That is where they are waiting. The name sends a cold, hard knot of apprehension to my stomach. The light in her eyes fades as she sees the change in my expression. What is it? She asks. What do you know of this place? The Gloomwood, I say as a grim warning. My people have another name for it. We call it the Maw. The Maw? I nod, my gaze becoming distant as I access memories from a time long past. It is an ancient forest, older than many human kingdoms. Things live in that darkness, Elsa. Creatures that were old when the Vraken first took to the sky. Spiders the size of horses, shadow cats that hunt without sound, and worse things. Things that have no name. I look back at her, at the dawning understanding and fear on her face. The matriarch's forces would not follow your people in there, not without a full legion and a dozen mages. Tarek is a cleverer strategist than I gave him credit for. I stand and walk to the doorway, looking out at the path that now lies before us. It is a path into a darkness that even my kind has learned to fear. They chose their hiding place well, I say, my voice holding a new, grim respect for her second-in-command and for the woman who inspired such loyalty. Few would dare follow them there, and those who do rarely return.
Chapter 29. Elsa. The Gloomwood is a living, breathing nightmare. For days we have moved through its oppressive twilight, the thick black-leafed canopy, a ceiling that chokes the sun, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual state of gloom. Strange, unseen things slither in the undergrowth, and the silence is a heavy, watchful thing, broken only by the drip of moisture from the leaves and the sound of our own ragged breathing. Lyron stays close, his hand often tucked into mine. Owen moves with a silent, predatory grace that is somehow both comforting and terrifying. He is a part of this darkness, a creature born of shadows and silence. I, on the other hand, feel like an open wound, my Perna light a small, defiant flame that attracts the wrong kind of attention. It happens without warning. A blur of motion from the canopy above. I only have time to register a pair of glowing green eyes before Owen is moving, a silver and black flash of impossible speed. He shoves me and Lyran behind him, his body a living shield, a low guttural snarl ripping from his throat. A shadow cat, a creature of nightmare made manifest, lands where we were standing. It is as large as a tiger, its fur the colour of pitch, its body unnaturally sleek and fluid. It moves without a sound, a predator of pure darkness. It fixes its hungry green eyes on Lyran. "Stay behind me," Owen commands, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. But I am not the helpless woman from the dungeon anymore. As the cat gathers itself to spring, I raise my hands. A brilliant, golden light flares from my palms, a concussive blast of Perna magic that slams into the beast, sending it staggering back with a hiss of pain and surprise. The momentary distraction is all Owen needs. He is on the creature in a heartbeat, his borrowed dagger a flash of steel. The fight is a brutal, terrifying dance of shadow and light. I keep the beast off balance with blasts of my magic while Owen moves in, his movements a deadly, efficient ballet of violence. He is faster, stronger, and in the end it is no contest. He ends it with a final clean thrust to the creature's heart. He stands over the body, breathing hard, his chest rising and falling. He turns to me, his eyes burning in the gloom, and through the psychic link, I feel not just his protective fury, but a flicker of something else, a new, grudging respect. We did this together. It is another 2 days before we find them. We see the faint, telltale wisp of wood smoke first, and then we hear a voice, a familiar, welcome sound that makes my heart ache. Tarek. We break through the final line of trees and into a clearing. Before us are the ruins of Sylvanus, crumbling stone walls and broken columns overgrown with moss and vines. And amidst the ruins, huddled around a small, smoky fire, are the survivors of Haven, no more than 50 of them, a tattered, starving, but fiercely alive remnant of my people. "Tarek!" I cry out, my voice breaking with a relief so profound it feels like a physical blow. His head snaps up. His face, gaunt and bearded, breaks into a wide, disbelieving grin. "Elsa." By the gods, we thought. "We did not know if you had made it." He runs to me and I meet him halfway, throwing my arms around him in a fierce, desperate hug. The others are on their feet now, shouting, crying, their faces a beautiful, heartbreaking mix of joy and grief. They surround me, hands reaching out to touch my arm, my shoulder, as if to confirm I am real. I see my people, my family, and for a moment the Queen's composure shatters, and I am just Elsa, a woman overwhelmed with gratitude for the lives that were not lost. But the moment of joy is fleeting. It shatters like glass as Owen, with Lyran at his side, steps out from the shadows of the forest. The atmosphere turns to ice. The joyful cries die in their throats, replaced by gasps of terror. In an instant, every man and woman with a weapon has it drawn. Swords, axes, bows, all of it is aimed at the Vraken. Tarek pushes me behind him, his own sword a solid wall of steel between me and the monster who brought this doom upon us. "Get behind me, my queen," Tarek snarls, his voice dripping with a venom I have never heard from him before. He takes a step toward Owen. "You dare show your face here? After what you caused? After the people we lost?" "Tarek, stop!" I command, my voice ringing with an authority that makes him pause. "Elsa, what are you doing? Step aside," he pleads, his eyes wild with a protective fury. "No." I step out from behind him, my own hand on my dagger. But instead of drawing it, I do the one thing none of them expect. I step directly in front of Owen, shielding his body with my own. The collective gasp from my people is a sharp, wounded sound. "Lower your weapons," I say, my voice clear and steady, leaving no room for argument. "All of you." No one moves. They stare at me as if I have gone mad. "I know what you see," I say, my gaze sweeping over their tired, frightened faces. You see the monster who was our prisoner. You see the creature who brought the crimson wing down upon us. And you are not wrong, but you do not see the whole truth. I breathe deeply, my words now a passionate, desperate plea for them to understand. When the battle was decided, when I was disarmed and about to be killed, he did not stand aside. He fought for us. He turned on his own kind, on his queen's elite guard, and he slaughtered them to protect me, to protect Haven. I glance back at Owen. He is perfectly still, his face an impassive mask, but I can feel the churning conflict within him through our link. He is a traitor to his people now, I continue, my voice growing stronger. He is hunted, just as we are. He has sacrificed everything. For us. For his son, I gesture to Lyron, who is huddled behind Owen's leg, peeking out at the scene. He is not our prisoner anymore. He is our ally, our only ally in this world that wants us dead. Our survival depends on trusting him, on trusting me. A heavy, conflicted silence falls over the clearing. I have staked my life, my leadership, my very honour on this monster. I see the doubt, the fear, the anger warring on their faces. Tarek slowly, reluctantly, lowers the tip of his sword, though his hand remains tight on the hilt. He looks from my determined face to Owen's impassive, unreadable one, and he asks the question that hangs over our entire future, the question that is in everyone's heart. How can we trust him?
Chapter 30. Owen. Words are meaningless here. Trust is not a thing that can be requested. It is a fortress that must be built, stone by heavy stone. So, for the days that follow our arrival in the ruins, I work. I begin with the ruins themselves. A crumbling archway on the northern approach is their most significant vulnerability. I find a massive, fallen lintel, a block of granite that would take 10 strong men a full day to move, and I haul it into place myself, the muscles in my back and shoulders straining, my Vrakan strength now used not to destroy, but to build. The humans watch me, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. They keep their distance, their hands never far from their weapons, but their eyes follow my every move. They mutter amongst themselves, and I hear the words, monster, beast, demon, but I also hear a new word whispered with a grudging disbelief. Asset. In the afternoons, I hunt. I move through the gloomwood like a ghost, my ancient skills as a predator now bent to a new purpose. I return not with excuses, but with game. 2 large deer slung over my shoulders, more fresh meat than their own hunting parties have managed in a week. I do not offer it to them. I simply leave it by their central fire pit and retreat to the perimeter to keep watch. I am not one of them. I am their guardian, a necessary evil they must endure for the sake of survival. On the 3rd day, the one called Tarek approaches me. I am scouting the western ridge, observing the patterns of the wind when he comes to stand beside me. His hand is resting on the hilt of his sword, a gesture that is both a habit and a threat. She told us what you did, he says, his voice dropping to a low, grudging sound. That you threw away the cure for your people to save her. I made a choice, I reply, my gaze fixed on the horizon. It was the choice of a madman, he counters, his voice tight with suspicion. He takes a step closer, into my personal space, a foolish act of human aggression I choose to ignore, or a liar. Which is it, Vrakan? What is your game? You expect us to believe you simply grew a conscience? I turn to face him then, my stillness a stark contrast to his agitated energy. Conscience is a human luxury. I deal in logic. The matriarch's objective was the acquisition of the cure. The most efficient path she saw was the elimination of all variables she deemed sentimental. Including myself, I meet his gaze, letting him see the cold, hard truth in my eyes. My game, as you call it, is the continued survival of my son and his mother. Your survival is a necessary component of that objective. Therefore, I will ensure it. You do not have to trust me, Tarek. You only have to benefit from my new, singular focus." He stares at me, his eyes searching for the deception, the hidden angle. He finds none. My logic, though born of an emotion he cannot comprehend, is irrefutable. He gives a sharp, frustrated sigh and turns away. "Just stay away from the children. They are afraid of you." "I am aware," I say to his retreating back, but Tarek is not entirely correct. The children are afraid, but their fear is warring with the natural, boundless curiosity, and none are more curious than Lyron. I see him watching me. When I am fortifying the walls, he sits on a distant rock, his head tilted. When I return from a hunt, his eyes are wide, taking in the sight of the strange, silent creature who is his father. I do not acknowledge him. To do so would be to invite a connection I do not yet understand how to navigate. On the 5th day, I am taking a rare moment of rest, sitting by the edge of the small stream that runs through the ruins. I am sharpening my blade on a smooth, wet stone, the rhythmic shy-ink of steel on rock, a familiar, meditative sound. "Is that your sword?" Lyron's voice, small and clear, startles me. I had not heard him approach. He stands a few feet away, his expression one of solemn fascination. I cease my work. "It is a Vraken blade. I took it from one of the Crimson Wing." He takes a hesitant step closer, his eyes fixed on the silver weapon. "Is it for the monsters in the forest?" I think of the shadow cat, its green eyes glowing in the dark. I think of the other, older things that lurk in the gloomwood. Then I think of the Vraken who are surely hunting us. "Yes," I say, my voice softer than I intend. "For the monsters." He is silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on my hands, on the way my claws, which I keep retracted, are still visible beneath my fingernails. He seems to make a decision, and he closes the distance between us, sitting down on the grass beside me. He does not speak. He simply watches me work. "Why do you not fly?" he asks after a time, his voice a quiet murmur. The question is unexpected. There is no need to fly here. "But do your wings miss it?" he presses, his childlike logic cutting through my defenses. "The sky?" I stop my work, looking down at the blade in my hands, then at the child beside me. Does a part of me miss the cold, clean air of the high peaks, the silent solitude of the clouds? The question is illogical, sentimental, and the answer I realize with a jolt is yes. Sometimes, I admit, the word feeling strange on my tongue. He seems satisfied with this answer. A strange, unfamiliar peace settles over me. The presence of this small, curious creature is not an intrusion. It is a comfort. After a time, I set the blade aside. I see him looking at the smooth, flat river stone in my other hand. An idea, illogical and sentimental, presents itself. I do not question it. I hold the stone up. With a single, precise flick of the claw on my right index finger, I etch a symbol into its surface, the hard stone giving way like soft clay. It is a series of intersecting, flowing lines, an ancient sigil that has not been carved, I would wager, in millennia. It represents not just a bloodline, but a unit forged by choice and circumstance. A shield wall. A pack. I hold the stone out to him. He takes it, his small fingers warm against my cool skin. "What is it?" he asks, his thumb tracing the fresh carving. "It is the Vraken sigil for a bonded unit," I explain, the word feeling strange and new in my own mind. "It means we protect each other. It means family." He looks from the stone to my face, his dark eyes wide and searching. I expect to see confusion, or perhaps even fear. Instead, I see a flicker of something else. Recognition. Understanding. A faint silvery light, the telltale sign of his Vraken heritage, shimmers in his pupils for a heartbeat. He clutches the stone tight in his small fist, and finally, he looks at me not as a monster, not as a stranger, but as something more. "Father," he whispers, The single word a profound, shattering blow to the last remnants of the cold, apathetic creature I once was.
Chapter 31. Elsa. A fragile peace has settled over the ruins. My people, though still grieving, have begun to rebuild, their spirits buoyed by the hope of a future. Owen has become a silent, powerful fixture in our small community, his actions speaking a language of protection that has slowly, painstakingly, begun to earn their trust. We are lulled into a false sense of security. It is a fatal mistake. They come at dusk, appearing from the deep shadows of the gloomwood like wraiths. There are only 5 of them, but they move with a speed and a predatory silence that makes the Crimson Wing seem like clumsy recruits, a Vrakan hunting party, elite. The alarm horn sounds, a panicked wailing cry that shatters our peace. My people scramble, grabbing weapons, their faces pale with a renewed terror as the children hide in a secret chamber. But this is not the disorganized slaughter of Haven. We are fewer now, but we are harder. Owen is beside me in an instant, a whisper of displaced air. The psychic connection between us ignites, no longer a river of emotion, but a sharp, clear chord of pure, tactical intent. "Kaelin," he growls, his eyes fixed on the leader of the party, a massive Vrakan with hair the colour of burnished bronze. He was my second. He is fast, and he is without mercy. The battle is joined. Kaelin and Owen are a blur of motion, their blades a singing, whining shriek of steel on steel, a whirlwind of violence at the centre of the clearing. The other 4 Vrakan descend upon my people, and the sounds of battle, screams, curses, the wet, sickening thud of blades finding flesh, fill the air. I am not on the sidelines. I am in the thick of it, my dagger in one hand, my Perna magic a golden defensive shield in the other. The link with Owen is a miracle, a weapon. I do not need to see him to know where he is. I feel his intent, his movements, as if they are my own. I know when he is about to faint, and I throw a concussive blast of light to make his opponent stumble. He knows when I am about to be overwhelmed, and he creates an opening, his raw power forcing a warrior back, giving me a precious second to recover. We are a single unit, a 2-headed, 4-armed creature of magic and steel. But we are outnumbered. Tarek goes down, a Vrakan blade slicing deep into his thigh. I scream his name, sending a wave of healing energy toward him, even as I parry a clumsy swing from another warrior. The distraction is almost my last. Kaelin, in a move of blinding speed, disengages from Owen and comes for me. I see the bronze flash of his hair, the cold, dead light in his eyes. He is the true threat. He knows I am the heart of this resistance. Owen roars my name, a sound of pure, primal terror. He moves to intercept, but he is too far. Kaelin's blade is a silver blur, aimed at my throat. There is no time to think. I drop my dagger and throw both hands forward, pouring every last drop of my energy, my life force, into a single desperate, explosive shield of Perna light. The Vrakan's blade hits the shield, and the world explodes in a flash of gold and a sound like a thunderclap. The force of the impact throws me backward, my head hitting the stone wall of a ruin with a sickening crack. My vision whites out, the sounds of battle fading to a distant roar. Through the haze of pain, I see Owen. He moves with a fury that is biblical. Kaelin, knocked off balance by my blast, is unprepared. Owen does not just kill him. He annihilates him, his blade a blur of motion, a dozen fatal strikes in the space of a single heartbeat. The remaining Vrakan, seeing their leader fall, break and flee into the darkness of the forest. Victory. But the cost is immense. My head is throbbing, my body is a symphony of pain, and my people are wounded and dying around me. Adrenaline, hot and sharp, is the only thing keeping me on my feet. Owen is at my side, his hands on my arms, steadying me. His face is a mask of fierce, possessive concern, his eyes burning into mine. Are you hurt? I am fine. I lie, my voice a ragged gasp. He looks at me, then at the carnage around us, at the survivors tending to the wounded. The raw, violent energy of the life and death struggle still hangs in the air, a palpable, electric thing. It crackles between us, a fire that has not yet been extinguished. Without another word, he scoops me into his arms. I am too weak, too adrenalized to protest. He carries me away from the chaos, away from the groans of the dying, and into the small stone chamber we have claimed as our own. He kicks the wooden door shut behind us, and we are alone in the flickering candlelight. He sets me down, but he does not let me go. His hands cage me against the cold stone wall, his body a wall of heat and hard muscle in front of me. The psychic link is a roaring bonfire of shared victory, shared trauma, and a desperate, life-affirming need that has nowhere to go but here. You were magnificent, he breathes, his forehead pressing against mine. His mouth crashes down on mine. It is not a gentle kiss. It is a brutal, claiming act, a continuation of the battle we just fought. It is the taste of blood and sweat and survival. I meet his ferocity with my own, my hands tangling in his silver hair, pulling him closer, my body arching against his.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
The world slowly comes back into focus. We are a tangled mess of limbs and sweat-slick skin, our ragged breaths the only sound in the small chamber. He is still buried deep inside me, a warm, heavy weight that is an anchor. As our bodies quiet and our heartbeats slow, I lie on his chest, my ear over his heart. I trace the line of a new, angry red scar on his ribs, a wound he took for me, a mark of his choice, a brand of his devotion. Mine, I murmur, the word a reverent, possessive whisper against his skin, an echo of the thought that once started his downfall and has now become our salvation.
Chapter 32. Owen. The day after the battle is a quiet, somber affair. The air, no longer thick with the scent of blood, now carries the smell of wood smoke and medicinal herbs. I stand in the shadow of a crumbling archway and watch Elsa. She moves among her wounded people, a queen in all but name, her hands glowing with a soft golden light as she mends torn flesh and soothes the fevered. Her quiet strength is the undeniable heart of this new, broken community, the force that is holding it together. My gaze drifts to the bodies of the Rakan I killed, laid out in a neat, separate row by the humans. Kylan, my second for 2 centuries. I look at his still, pale face, and I feel nothing. No remorse, no grief for a fallen brother in arms, only a cold, quiet finality. The enforcer who served the matriarch, the being who knew these warriors as kin, is well and truly dead. My old life is a foreign country to which I can never return. My entire world has shrunk to the small, defiant pocket of life huddled in the ruins. They are building funeral pyres. Elsa directs the construction, her voice weary but firm. Tarek approaches her, his expression grim. "My queen," he says, his voice low. "Surely we do not waste firewood on these monsters. Let the beasts of the forest have them." "They were soldiers, Tarek," Elsa replies, not even looking at him, her eyes on her work. "They were following the orders of a tyrant, just as we once followed the orders of cruel masters. In death, there are no sides. We will honor them as warriors. Her compassion is an illogical, inefficient, and utterly magnificent thing. I move from the shadows and begin to help, lifting the heavy logs for the pyres, my strength making the work of 10 men simple. The humans flinch as I approach, but no one tries to stop me. As we lay the bodies of the Crimson Wing upon the wood, I pause beside Kylan. Vraken, do not burn their dead. We return to the stone, to the cold, silent earth from which we were forged. But this is not my world anymore. It is hers. Before the pyre is lit, I perform the old rite, a silent gesture of farewell, my hand tracing the sigil of passage in the air above his chest. A final, quiet severing. As I watch the flames consume Vraken and human alike, their ashes mingling in the evening air, an unfamiliar, unwelcome tightness forms in my chest, a pressure behind my eyes. It is grief, an illogical, chaotic emotion, not for the Vraken I killed, but for the humans who died protecting what has now become my own. Later, Tarek finds me at the ruins, where I am observing the perimeter. He holds 2 blunted practice swords. "She trusts you," he says without preamble, tossing one of the swords to me. I catch it easily. "I do not. Not yet. But if you are to be our shield, as she believes you are, I need to know the measure of you. It is a challenge. A test." I give a single slight nod of acceptance. We take our stances in the clearing. Tarek is a skilled warrior for a human, his movements strong and sure. He attacks and I parry, the clash of dulled steel echoing in the quiet twilight. The spar is not a true fight. I'm not trying to defeat him. I am demonstrating. I move with a speed he cannot possibly follow, my movements a fluid economic blur. I do not strike him. I simply disarm him. Again and again and again. His sword clatters to the ground for the 5th time, and I'm standing perfectly still a foot away before he has even registered the loss. He stands there, panting, sweat beading on his brow, his face a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "Gods," he finally breathes, shaking his head. "You truly are a monster." "I am what she needs me to be," I reply, my voice even. He looks at me then, and I see not just fear or hatred in his eyes, but a new, grudging respect. He has seen the chasm in our abilities. He understands what a powerful ally he has gained, and what a terrifying enemy he has made of my people. The trust is not there, but a foundation for it has been laid. That night, I stand watch alone at the mouth of the cave we have claimed. I look out at the life they are building from the ashes, the soft glow of the central fire, the low murmur of voices, the fragile, defiant hope. I know the matriarch will send more hunters. The threat is not over, but for the very first time since this began, I do not feel the cold, logical dread of a coming battle. In its place is a fierce, burning purpose. I have something to fight for, something to die for. My hand closes around a small, smooth object in my pocket. The stone lyran dropped in the chaos of the fight. I pull it out, my thumb tracing the Vraken symbol for family that I carved into its surface. The boy's whispered word echoes in my mind. "Father, the bond we have forged between the 3 of us is one of circumstance, of blood, of shared battle and whispered confessions. It is powerful, but it is not unbreakable. The laws of the Vraken, the laws of the human world, they do not recognize this. The matriarch would see it as a contamination to be purged. But there is one way, an ancient Vraken rite, a vow so sacred and so binding that not even a matriarch's decree or a god's wrath can sever it. It is a ritual of permanence, an eternal and unbreakable claim. The mating vow. I close my fist around the stone, the symbol for family cool against my palm. My resolution settles, cold and hard and absolute. I know what I must do.
Chapter 33. Elsa. A fragile peace has settled over our new home. We found a hidden, defensible valley deep in the southern forests, a place of ancient trees and quiet streams, far from any Vrakan patrol routes. The air is not thick with the scent of blood or fear, but with the smell of pine needles, damp earth, and the wood smoke from our cooking fires. The clang of Tarek's makeshift forge, beating scavenged Vrakan armour into ploughshares, has replaced the sound of battle. The laughter of children, Lyrans among them, echoes through the trees. It is not Haven. It will never be Haven. But it is a beginning. I stand in the clearing, watching it all, a quiet, aching contentment settling in my chest. My hand rests on my thigh, my dagger at my hip a familiar weight, but finally, my fingers are not curled around its hilt. The constant gnawing tension that has been my companion for as long as I can remember has finally, blessedly, eased. My gaze is drawn to two figures sitting by the stream, away from the others. Owen and Lyran. They sit facing each other, cross-legged in the grass, their eyes closed. Lyran, my restless, energetic boy, is remarkably still, his small face a mask of intense concentration. Owen is teaching him. "Breathe, Lyran." Owen's voice is a low, calm rumble, a stark contrast to the guttural roars of battle or the rough, passionate growls I have come to know. Feel the world around you. The water on the stones, the wind in the leaves. Do not fight the anger when it comes. Acknowledge it. It is a part of you. But it is a tool, not your master. You are its master. I watch them, and my heart feels like it is caught in a painful, beautiful vice. He is teaching our son to control the Vrakan blood that runs through his veins, the burgeoning power that has begun to flare in moments of childish frustration. He is giving Lyran the tools he will need to survive, the discipline that Owen himself has only recently learned to temper with something more. The image of this patient, gentle teacher is so profoundly, impossibly different from the monster in my memories. I try to reconcile the two, the cold, apathetic enforcer from the cell, the brutal warrior from the battlefield, and the tender, careful father before me. How can one being contain all of that? The hate I held for him for so long feels like a distant memory, a story about someone else. The man he was is not the man he is now. He has been remade, reforged in the fires of his sacrifice and his love for us. As I watch them, I focus on the psychic link that binds us. It is no longer a source of pain or chaotic need. It is a steady, warm hum at the back of my mind, a constant, comforting awareness of his presence. It is the feeling of his unwavering affection for me, the fierce protective shield of his love for Lyran. It is no longer a scar that pains me. It is a bond that anchors me. That evening, after Lyran is asleep, I find Owen sitting alone on a flat, moss-covered boulder that overlooks the valley, his back to the camp. The twin moons of Protheka are rising, casting a pale, silvery light over the sleeping forest. I walk over and sit beside him, my hip brushing against his. He does not startle. He has known I was coming since I first stepped out of our small shelter. We sit in a comfortable, profound silence for a long time, the only sound the chirping of crickets and the distant murmur of the stream. No words are needed. There is nothing left to fight about, nothing left to demand. There is only this quiet shared space in a hostile world. Slowly, deliberately, I make a choice. I lean into him, resting my head on the hard, solid muscle of his shoulder. He stiffens for a moment, a flicker of surprise that I feel both in his body and through the link. Then he relaxes, a deep breath leaving his lungs, and his arm comes around me, pulling me securely against his side. His wing, which had been folded tightly against his back, unfurls slightly, creating a warm, leathery shelter around us. My hand rests on my knee, limp and relaxed. My dagger feels 1,000 miles away. At last, since he crashed back into my life, Since I was a child, I feel completely, utterly safe. I close my eyes, content to just exist in this moment, in his arms. And then I feel it, a surge of pure, raw emotion through the psychic link, so powerful it steals my breath. It is not the fire of passion or the cold fury of battle. It is a wave of pure, unconditional, absolute love, a feeling so vast, so profound, it feels like staring into the heart of a star. It is his love for me, a silent, screaming declaration in the quiet of my mind. I know, with a certainty that settles into the very marrow of my bones, that our future is a terrifying, hunted, and uncertain thing. I know that the matriarch will not rest until we are dead, but I also know that we will face it, together, as one. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 34. Owen. Weeks have bled into months, and the raw, desperate edge of our survival has softened into the gentle, steady rhythm of life. Our hidden valley is transformed from a simple refugee camp into a fledgling town. The sound of hammers on wood has replaced the clash of steel, and the scent of baking bread has replaced the stench of blood. A fragile, defiant hope has taken root here, and at the center of it all is Elsa. I watch her now. She stands in the main clearing, mediating a dispute between 2 farmers over a shared irrigation ditch. She is not a warrior queen in this moment, brandishing a blade. She is a leader, her voice calm and reasonable, her judgment fair. She listens, truly listens to her people, and they, in turn, give her not just their obedience, but their unwavering love. Her strength is not in the power she wields, but in the compassion she offers. It is a form of leadership I am only just beginning to comprehend, and my awe for her is a constant, steady fire in my chest. My old life is a distant, gray memory. The cold, silent halls of Krill, the endless, bloody missions for a matriarch who saw me as nothing more than a tool, the millennia of perfect, empty apathy. All of it feels like a story about someone else. That being is dead, and I do not mourn his passing. My entire universe has collapsed to the borders of this small, hidden valley. My only ambition now is the warmth of her smile, the sound of my son's laughter. The bond we share, forged in violence and sealed in battle, is a powerful, undeniable thing. But it is unspoken. It is a fragile truce in a world that is still at war with us. It is not enough. I have spent the last 3 nights after she and Lyran have fallen asleep, working. The Vrakan mating gift is not a thing of wealth, not a jewel or a treasure plundered from a fallen kingdom. It must be a piece of the giver's soul, an offering that requires effort, skill, and intent. I found a fallen branch from an ancient ironwood tree, its wood as hard as stone and veined with a beautiful, dark grain. With the razor-sharp edge of my Vrakan blade, a tool of death now turned to a tool of creation, I have carved it. Hour after hour I have shaved and shaped the wood, my inhuman precision allowing for a delicacy that no human craftsman could achieve. And now, it is finished. I find her in the evening, after the day's work is done, and a quiet peace has settled over our town. She is sitting on the moss-covered boulder that has become her place of solace, looking out over the valley as the twin moons begin their ascent. I approach her, and for the first time in my existence, I feel a sensation I can only identify as nervousness. It is an illogical, chaotic fluttering in my chest, a slight tremor in my hands that I must consciously still. I, who have faced down dragons and slaughtered armies without a flicker of emotion, am undone by the thought of speaking to this one human female. She hears me approach and turns, a soft, welcoming smile on her face that makes the chaotic feeling in my chest intensify. "Owen," she says, her voice a warm, gentle sound. I stop before her, and I hold out my creation on my open palm. It is a carving of a desert rose, a flower that blooms in the harshest, most unforgiving of environments, a symbol of impossible beauty and defiant life. A symbol of her. The details are perfect, each petal impossibly thin, each thorn a precise, sharp point. She gasps, her eyes widening as she takes it from me, her fingers tracing the delicate lines with a reverent awe. "Owen, it is beautiful, but what is it for?" I do not answer with words. I answer with action. I take a deep breath and I kneel. I, a Vrochan enforcer who has not bent his knee to anyone but the matriarch in 10,000 years, kneel in the soft dirt before a mortal woman who was once a slave. The act is a surrender, an offering, an admission that she is my queen, my leader, my everything. Her eyes are wide, her lips parted in stunned silence. I can feel the shock and confusion and a dawning, wonderful hope radiating from her through our psychic link. "Elsa of Haven," I begin, my voice a low, rough thing, stripped of all its old, cold formality. "I come before you not as a conqueror, but as a supplicant. My life, which was an empty, frozen void, you have filled with a fire I never thought to feel." I reach out, taking her free hand in mine. Her skin is warm, her calloused fingers a testament to the life of struggle she has endured. My purpose, which was once the cold logic of duty, has been given the warmth of devotion. To you, and to our son. I raise her hand to my lips and press a kiss to her knuckles, my gaze never leaving hers. "My strength is yours to command. My wings are your shield. My heart, a thing I thought long dead, is yours to keep." I take a shaky breath, the vulnerability of this moment a terrifying, exhilarating thing. I'm a traitor to my people, a monster to my enemies, a ghost to my past. Let me be your mate. Let me be your husband. I squeeze her hand, my soul laid bare in my eyes. Let me be yours, Elsa. In this life, and in every life that may come after. Will you have me? She stares at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The silence stretches, a fragile, perfect moment where the entire universe seems to be holding its breath. I can feel her overwhelming, joyous love for me through the link, a pure, white-hot sun that banishes the last of my own internal shadows. And then a slow, beautiful smile, brighter than any dawn I've ever witnessed, spreads across her face. "Yes," she whispers, the single word a promise, a vow, and my salvation.
Chapter 35. Elsa. The ceremony is held in the valley, in a small, sun-dappled clearing surrounded by ancient silent trees. Our only witnesses are the sky above, the earth below, and the few souls who have become our truest family, Tarek, his wife Alara, and Lyron, who stands beside Owen, clutching the carved stone his father gave him. There is no priest, no altar. There is only a simple granite basin filled with clear, cool water from the stream, resting on a moss-covered boulder. Owen stands before me, and in the soft afternoon light, he is a thing of breathtaking, impossible beauty. He is not the cold enforcer or the brutal warrior. He is simply mine. The awe I feel for him is a living, breathing thing, a fire in my chest. He has taught me the words of the rite, the simple ancient Vrochan tradition that is more binding than any law. He takes a small, ornate dagger from his belt, the one he took from Kaelin, its purpose now transformed from death to life. I come to this union of my own will, he says, his voice a low, reverent vow that vibrates through the very ground. My past is ash, my future is you. He slices a clean, shallow line across his palm. His blood, dark and shimmering with a faint silver light, wells up. He holds his hand over the basin, and a single, perfect drop falls into the water. It does not dissipate. It does not mix. It hangs suspended in the clear water, a swirling silver star. He turns the dagger and offers it to me, hilt first. My hand is steady as I take it. I look at my own palm, a roadmap of scars from a life of hardship. I add one more, a thin red line that speaks not of pain, but of promise. I come to this union of my own will, I echo, my voice thick with an emotion so powerful it threatens to overwhelm me. My past is a memory, my future is you. I let my blood fall. It is bright crimson, shot through with the golden light of my Purna magic. It drops into the water and hangs there, a fiery golden sun beside his silver star. Together we watch as the two drops of blood begin to move. They do not merge or blend, they begin to spiral around each other, a slow, hypnotic dance in the heart of the still water. Silver and gold, darkness and light, Vraken and human, two separate, whole beings, forever bound in a shared orbit. The magic in the clearing is a palpable thing, a soft humming pressure that settles over us like a blessing, a ward of devotion, a promise. Later, in the quiet solitude of our chamber, the sacredness of the ceremony follows us. The raw, desperate need of our last encounter is gone, replaced by a deep, reverent tenderness that makes my heart ache. He closes the door, and for a long moment, he just looks at me, his starless eyes filled with a raw, vulnerable love that mirrors my own. Elsa, he breathes, the name a prayer. He comes to me slowly, his hands rising to cut my face as if I am the most fragile, precious thing in the universe. You are my queen, he murmurs, his forehead pressing against mine. My mate, my heart. You have saved me in more ways than you will ever know. And you, mine, I whisper, my hands coming up to rest on his chest, over the steady, powerful beat of his heart. I am yours, Owen. I think I have been since the moment I first saw you, a broken god in a lightless cell. The kiss is soft, a stark contrast to every other kiss we have shared. It is a kiss of exploration, of awe, of promises kept. It is a healing. He undresses me with a slow, worshipful reverence, his fingers tracing every old scar, every new one, his lips following the path of his hands. He is not just touching my body, he is memorizing my history, honoring the survivor I am.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. In the quiet afterglow, we lie tangled together, his body still buried deep inside mine. A warm, heavy weight that is no longer a violation, but an anchor. My heart feels too big for my chest, overflowing with a love so fierce it is a physical pain. He feels it too. He lifts his head, his eyes wide with a stunned, dawning awe. The fading, he whispers, his voice filled with disbelief. It is gone. The bond. It is healing me. He looks at me, a profound understanding dawning on his face. And I am giving you my years. We are balanced, equals, in every way. tears of joy track silently down my face. We are not just mates. We are a miracle. "What now, my fierce queen?" he murmurs, his lips pressing against my temple. I think of our people, our new home, our uncertain, hunted future. And then I think of Lyran, safe and asleep nearby. I smile, a real, true smile that reaches my eyes. "Now," I whisper, my hand coming to rest on my flat stomach. I think Lyran needs a brother or a sister to chase through these woods. He throws his head back and laughs, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy that I have never heard before. As we lie together, watching the first faint rays of the rising sun begin to pierce the darkness, our psychic link is a warm, steady cord of pure love and contentment. Our future is a dangerous, unknown country, but we will face it together. A family. Finally, truly, a family. Epilogue. Elsa. 1 year later, the sound of the forge hammer is the heartbeat of our new home, just as it was at Haven. But here the beat is stronger, more certain. We named this valley Ethelgard, a word from Owen's ancient tongue. It means first home, a place of new beginnings. And it is. I stand in the centre of the training yard, a circle of packed earth surrounded by the towering ancient trees of the Gloomwood. Before me are 24 recruits, a mix of my surviving people from Haven and a growing number of Vrakan outcasts who have sought us out, having heard whispers of Owen's rebellion against the matriarch. They are a strange, beautiful, and sometimes volatile mix, but they are ours. They are the beginning of a new world. "Again," I command, my voice ringing with an authority I no longer have to force. The shield is not just a barrier, it is a weapon. Focus your will, push your energy outwards. Like this. I raise my hands, and a wave of soft golden light flows from my palms, expanding to form a shimmering, translucent wall in front of me. My Perna magic, once a confusing, latent thing, is now a part of me I command with confidence and precision. The recruits watch, their eyes wide with awe, then turn to try it themselves. A small figure beside me mimics my stance, his own small hands glowing with a faint, silvery gold light. Lyran. At 6 years old, he is already a paradox. His movements a perfect, breathtaking blend of my human tenacity and his father's Vrakan grace. He is learning to balance the two halves of his soul, the fire of my Perna and the ice of Owen's bloodline. "Like this, Mama?" he asks, his small shield wavering but holding strong. "Perfect, my little lion," I say, ruffling his silver hair. The love I feel for him is a fierce, steady sun in the centre of my universe. The training session ends, and the recruits disperse, their tired, friendly chatter filling the air. I sheath my dagger, a habit I do not think I will ever lose, but one that is no longer born of constant gnawing fear, and look for Owen. I find them at the top of the high cliffs that border our valley, the place Lyran has named the jumping-off point. Owen stands at the edge, his massive black wings unfurled, magnificent in the afternoon sun. Lyran stands before him, his own small, downy wings, a mirror of his father's, spread wide and trembling slightly. Owen is teaching him to fly. "Do not fight the wind, Lyran." Owen's voice is a low, patient rumble, a sound that never fails to send a shiver of warmth through me. Become a part of it. Let it lift you. Trust your wings. Trust yourself. I watch, my heart in my throat, as Lyran takes a deep, shuddering breath, his small face a mask of terror and exhilaration. He runs, a few clumsy steps, and then he leaps from the edge of the cliff. For one horrifying, stomach-plummeting moment, he falls. Then, with a clumsy, powerful flap, his wings catch the updraft. He does not soar. He glides, a wobbly, uncertain arc, that carries him down toward the valley floor, his whoop of pure, unadulterated joy echoing off the cliffs. Owen is there in a heartbeat, a blur of silver and black, catching him with an easy grace, swinging him around as Lyron's ecstatic laughter fills the air. I watch the scene, and a wave of emotion so powerful it makes my knees weak washes over me. The monster from my nightmares, the cold, apathetic enforcer who saw my son as nothing more than a specimen, is gone. In his place is this, a devoted mate, a gentle, laughing father, my Owen. I walk to the cliff's edge as he flies back up, Lyron held securely in his arms. He lands beside me, and his arm immediately comes around my waist, pulling me against his side. Lyron scrambles from his father's arms to mine, throwing his arms around my neck. "I did it, Mama!" I flew. "I saw," I say, kissing his cheek, my voice thick with tears. "You were magnificent." We stand there for a long time, the three of us, watching the sun begin to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. This is my life now, not a desperate day-to-day struggle for survival, but a series of beautiful, perfect moments strung together like jewels. The psychic link between Owen and me is a quiet, constant chord of pure love and contentment. It is the steady hum of his devotion, a silent conversation that never ends. Through it, I know he is no longer afflicted by the fading. My Perna magic, shared through our sacred mating bond, has healed him, and in return, his Vrakan longevity has settled into my very bones. We are each other's cure. We are each other's eternity. "What are you thinking about?" Owen murmurs, his lips brushing against my temple. I look out over our home, at the lights beginning to glow in the small cabins, at the sight of my people, Vrakan and human, sharing the evening meal together. I think of the long, brutal path that led us here, the violation, the pain, the terror. It is all still a part of me, a scar on my soul, but it no longer defines me. I lean my head against his shoulder, my heart full. We know we are still hunted. We know the matriarch's threat is a shadow that will likely hang over us for the rest of our days. But we are not afraid. We are damned. We are hunted. And we are finally, terrifyingly, happy. "I was just thinking," I whisper, my hand coming to rest on my still flat stomach, where a new, tiny spark of pernalite has just begun to glow, "that this valley is going to need a bigger training yard.